Good afternoon, Brave Nation, and welcome to LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. It's time for UNCP softball. The Braves softball team taking on the Limestone Saints in non-conference action. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us for today's doubleheader as the Saints come in with a 14-9 record, UNCP 14-17-1 so far this year. Let's start with the starting lineups with the visiting Limestone Saints as they line up on the lineup card presented by their head coach, Amy Yates, who's in her 4th season. She is actually a Limestone grad, class of 2006. The Limestone starting lineup is like this. Bailey Mabry is the junior left fielder who leads off, followed by junior second baseman Sam Thornton. Caroline Hill is in right field. In the cleanup spot, the center fielder Emmer Swearingen. Erica Hansen will bat 5th and be behind the plate. The senior third baseman, number 9, Paige Bolding, bats 6th, followed by Haley Crouch, Sydney Turner, and Tessa Fawcett, rounding out the starting 9 for the Saints. Their pitcher will be number 21, junior Clinton Carson. Shane, what do you see in that lineup for the Saints?
Well, first of all, I want to point out how tall of a team this is here. This is a very big women's softball team. But overall, they match up very well against the Braves. You look at a lot of the numbers here. You know, batting average, very similar. On-base percentage, runs per game. I mean, these two teams are very identical. I look for a stalemate kind of matchup today from this lineup from Limestone. I've looked for a lot of I don't even know how to describe it, really.
We'll see how it goes. The Braves starting lineup being introduced right now, and the head coach of the Braves is Brittany Bennett. She's in her 3rd season. Braves will have Jamie Johnson, then Whitney Jackson, that's the third baseman, then center fielder. Right fielder Abby Walters, then shortstop Taylor Gerhart in the cleanup spot. Catcher Tony Nelson will bat 5th. First baseman Savannah Melvin is the number 6 hitter in the batting order. Designated player KB Smith will bat 7th. Then sophomore second baseman Haley Epperson. And sophomore left fielder number 10, Lexi Cox, rounds out the batting order for UNCP. In the circle for the Braves will be number 15, Katie Saunders. And we'll get you her stats as she warms up. But first, we'll step aside briefly for the national anthem. Katie Saunders warming up in the circle for UNCP, the senior making her 16th start of the season and 21st overall appearance. She boasts a 9-9 record as a pitcher for the Braves this season, has a 3.37 ERA in 101 2/3 innings pitched. Of those 15 games that she started, by the way, she has 12 complete games, giving up 111 hits, 58 runs, 49 of which were earned. Walked 40, struck out 44, opponents hitting 273 against her. And I think it'll be important for her. It's a doubleheader. Got to imagine they might want her to be pitching just this whole game to start things off, Shane, then perhaps even some of the second game as well. Important for her to get ahead in counts and trust her defense.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the Braves bullpen there, Katie Saunders definitely the high note in that pitching department. Keep an eye on her, like you said, very good against opposing teams. She's definitely had the most success so far this season, and I agree with you. I do think they'll want her to pitch into the second game.
One more time, the defensive alignment for the Braves in the outfield from left to right. Cox, Jackson, and Walters. Johnson at third, Gerhardt at short, Epperson at second, Melvin at first, Nelson behind the plate, and Katie Saunders in the circle.
Yeah, Mabry here, no slouch with the bat. .351 batting average so far on the season.
Gorgeous afternoon for some softball. First pitch comes inside and low at 4:02 p.m. It's partly cloudy in Pembroke, 79 degrees. It'll be a warm afternoon with temperatures dropping over the course of the doubleheader. Saunders pitch. Inside again. Saunders again with the pitch. Swung on, skied out to left field. Cox runs back a little bit and makes the catch. We saw the wind already making an impact in this game, Shane.
Yeah, real strong. You see that flag out there whipping straight out. A little bit to the left there. Yeah, you saw Cox had to make the adjustment there, but great athleticism with the over-the-shoulder catch.
So it brings up Sam Thornton, junior second baseman, owns a 193 batting average. It's a little low for someone this high in the lineup, but they mix it up, and they have good hitters sprinkled throughout the batting order for the Saints. Mabry at 351, Hill on deck at 423, and Swearingen in the hole at 387. Really the highlights of this batting order. Out in front there is Thornton. She fouls it off to the left side. 1-1. Saunders with the 1-1 pitch. Called a strike. Thornton lays off that one on the inside corner. Would have jammed her on the hands if she had tried to swing.
Not a very big strike zone here.
The 1-2 hit to third and on a line and caught by Johnson. She didn't even have to move for that.
Nah, easy work there for Johnson. Not a lot of speed off the bat there.
She made it look easy and didn't have to move very far, but you still have to watch the ball all the way into the glove. Sometimes those sort of soft line drives can be the trickiest ones. You can take your eye off it at the last second. That wasn't the case there, and there's two away. First pitch in there for a strike on Caroline Hill. The junior is second on the Saints with 20 runs batted in. Leads the team with a .423 batting average, 8 doubles, 2 triples, and 5 home runs. She fouls this one straight back into the net, 0-2.
Yeah, if you were to look at any batter in the Limestone lineup that might threaten you for a home run, it would be Caroline Hill. She has the most on the season at 5, and the only other home runs are, well, I think there's another player with 3, Swearinger.
This one misses outside, make it 1-2. Saunders with the pitch. Fouled off again, straight back and out of play. Bases empty, 2 outs in the top of the first inning. As we get started in today's doubleheader, the Braves and the Limestone Saints from LRA Field. The pitch from Saunders, fouled off this time to the right side and into the Limestone dugout.
Tell you what, Cameron, them Braves looking good out there with that black-on-black Adidas uniform they're wearing.
These are brand new uniforms. They've only been worn a couple times. Wearing black at home. UNCP softball. The 1-2 pitch from Saunders pops straight back and foul. And again out of play. Limestone is the visiting team for both games today. They're wearing blue uniforms with the white pants. Yeah, the softball uniform's a little bit less traditional than baseball, where you're generally expected to wear the lighter color as the home team. Braves have even been known to wear gray at home. They have new gray sets this year as well. They've worn gray at home before. A little bit more mixing and matching that goes on.
Saunders having a little bit of struggle here with control early on.
It's 2-2. This has turned into a long at bat against Hill. Picking at the outside corner, doesn't get the call, and the count goes full.
Yeah, you see Nelson there try to frame that one off the outside edge. Umpire's eyes too quick for that.
The pitch, grounded to second. Epperson has it, throws to first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Saints. Braves coming up to bat for the first time in the bottom of the first. No score yet at LRA Field.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Clinton Carson in the circle for Limestone. The junior making her 8th start and 12th overall appearance. She has a 3-4 record, a 2.77 ERA in 48 innings of work. Opponents hitting just about 260 against her on the season. The Braves have the top of the order coming up, bottom of the first inning. Jamie Johnson, then Whitney Jackson and Abby Walters. Johnson digs into the right-handed batter's box. The sophomore hitting .383 so far this year. Has 8 doubles, 23 runs batted in, and 3 home runs. So some surprising pop from that leadoff spot.
Yeah, she's second on the team in hits as well.
Shows bunt, pulls back, called a ball. Our home plate umpire, by the way, is Melvin Clark, and in the infield, Leroy Pinkney. 1-0. Low and outside.
Johnson displaying some good patience here early on, waiting for a pitch. The Braves very good at doing that, willing to sit and wait on a good pitch.
The 2-0. That's ball 3. And a 4-pitch walk from Clinton Carson. That's not the way she wanted this game to start, but the Braves will take it.
Absolutely, especially with the strength of the batting order that the Braves have here. Whitney Jackson coming up next, another one. Really strong batter, 356 average,
Yeah.
36 hits.
36 hits, 5 doubles, a triple, 2 home runs. That's also the other side of that is Jamie Johnson is such a good base runner. 15 stolen bases on the year. That's tops on the Braves club. Senior Whitney Jackson to the plate. And you see Limestone already considering what might happen. Thinking about Johnson as a base runner. She's off on the pitch. The throw down to second, not in time. And there's stolen base number 16 for Jamie Johnson.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. And here we go, right off the bat, up and running. Sitting there asking myself, well, why did Jackson swing at that? That wasn't even close to the strike zone. Well, now we know why.
So it's 0-1. Bunt laid down the first base line, but foul. And that's strike 2 on Whitney Jackson. You can see what the Braves are trying to do. They're just trying to get that runner as close to scoring as possible, as quickly as possible. And in doing so, they've basically handicapped one of their better hitters, essentially putting her behind 0-2. The 0-2, that time missing high. Carson saw Jackson chase the first time that there was one up there. Thought you might be able to try to get her to swing again. Had a pitch up at the eyeballs, but it wasn't happening.
Yeah, I'm not so sure she chased on that first one. I think it was the setup for the...
It was the hit and run being on, and she was going to swing it at just about anything.
Pretty much trying to distract the catcher off the stolen base there.
Just create some chaos. Keep it from being anything but routine. This one lined down the third base line, but foul. Well, the off-speed stuff there from Carson, and Jackson was just out in front. We're trying to get the timing down on this pitcher. This time hit to the right side off the screen, foul.
Yeah, Jackson doing a good job to defend that plate there.
That looked like it was probably ball 3, but you don't want to be caught looking. Rung up on a backwards K. The 2-2 again. Popped up. This will stay in the infield. Camping out under it is Fawcett. The shortstop makes the catch for the first out. So Whitney Jackson is retired for the first out of the inning. And it brings up Abby Walters. Walters is a junior, the team leader in batting average and doubles. Also tops on the team in hits. She's got 49 hits, 11 of them have been doubles. Second on the team with 4 home runs, also has a triple, and that .430 batting average. She's a menace at the plate.
.430 batting average is pretty impressive.
It's not bad. It's not bad. That was ball 1. 1-0 the count. The pitch. Ball 2.
Now, if you're going to walk somebody, Abby Walters would be that person to walk.
First base is open. Taylor Gerhardt is on deck. She's not too bad with that .301 batting average and 5 home runs. The wind blowing hard out towards left center field. This one off the wrists, over the head of the first baseman. That drops, now trying to get to third. Tag applied, and out is Jamie Johnson. Braves being a little bit too aggressive perhaps on the base pass there.
Yeah, good throw, good catch.
That was Turner, who couldn't make the catch initially at first. Zipped it across the infield to Bolding, who applied the tag. So it goes from being 1 out, a runner on second, now 2 outs, a runner on first. Taylor Gerhardt at the plate.
Yeah, you mentioned Gerhardt. She's got the 28 hits, 3 doubles, and the 5 home runs. Home run leader here for the Braves.
She's started every game so far for the black and gold. Takes upstairs. Snapping up out of her stance was Hanson, thinking about throwing over to first, as Walters took a little bit of a lead after the pitch.
Walters, another one, a threat to steal.
Second on the team with 14 stolen bases. She's off on this pitch. The throw down to second is into center field. Scooped up by Swearingen in center field. And Abby Walters has a stolen base. So she saw Johnson get the stolen base earlier in the inning and wants to try to keep pace in that stolen base race. And that rhymed.
Well, they're really the only 2 in the race on the team.
Yeah.
The next closest is 7 for 9. I think it's Gerhardt.
Grounded to second. Thornton makes the play, and the Braves retired in the bottom of the first inning. They do get 1 hit, leave 1 on base, and we'll go to the second inning. No score yet in Pembroke. Saints looking for a better result in this second inning after they went 1-2-3 in the first. It'll be Swearingen, Hansen, and Bolding, 4, 5, and 6. The top of the second inning at LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina, the home of UNCP Braves softball. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us for Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Slated for 4 and 6 p.m. starts. Well, the second game will start basically 25, 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1 here. Sometimes it's a little bit wishful thinking to hope that the second game starts 2 hours after the scheduled start of that first one, but you never know.
No, that's the thing about baseball and softball. We don't have a clock counting down time. We have innings.
So a lot of quick innings, and yeah, you bet you can get a game in 90 minutes. Other times, games can drag on and break the 2-hour mark, be even longer, but umpires really keep pace of play a factor. Unlike in baseball, where you see pitchers hold the ball for a long time in between pitches, you can be just issued a ball for doing that. There's essentially a shot clock or a pitch clock. It's not officially kept, and you can't see it within the stadium, but the umpire's keeping an eye on it and counting in his head. Swearingen at the plate. She fouls this one off, making the count 1-2.
Swearingen, fairly good batter here for the Saints, 387 with 24 hits, 8 doubles on the team, and 3 home runs, I believe.
Team best 21 runs batted in as well. Well, tough for her to catch an RBI in this one with the bases empty. Wind swirling out in the outfield, is now blowing out to left field. Swearingen skies this one to left field. Cox retreats, reaches out, feels the wall, makes the catch. Nice play in left field by Lexi Cox.
That's the second nice play we've seen her make today with the over-the-shoulder grab just the previous inning.
Off the bat, that didn't look like much, but the wind really picked it up. And gotta say, if somebody really gets a charge into a ball, it will look doubly impressive with the wind. And those parked cars behind the left field fence might have to watch out. Usually you're more concerned about the parking lot directly to the right behind the first base dugout is more of the danger zone. With the wind blowing out today, you never know.
Definitely a hitter's day.
The 2-0 offering swung on and missed by Erica Hansen, the Saints catcher at the plate for the first time. The senior has a .328 batting average. 1 home run, 4 runs batted in.
Just the 21 hits.
Fouled off to the left side and over the fence out of play. Comes to a rest behind the Braves dugout. Saunders' 2-2 pitch. Up high, chased by Hansen as she just gets a piece of it. The riser there as it started out probably in the zone, then kept coming up, ended up near the chin of Erica Hansen. 2-2 again, lays off this one, called ball 3. (3-2), 1 out. Bases empty for the Saints in the top of the second. Saunders' pitch nearly hits Hansen. It's ball 4. See the value there, fouling off a couple pitches with 2 strikes. Force the pitcher to come with a few more throws, and that can be the difference. Here's Paige Bolding, the senior, with a .266 batting average. 17 hits, 4 of them have been doubles. Hasn't left the yard yet. She puts this one in the air to shallow center. Making the catch is Jackson. Not like a one-pitch at bat if you're a pitcher, especially after a long 3-2 ultimate walk. You come back and get the next out on 1 pitch.
Absolutely.
So 2 away, Hansen standing on first, and the designated player, Haley Crouch, to the plate. Freshman in the Saints batting order. The only freshman starter for the Saints this afternoon. Takes outside for ball 1.
A little bit quieter. She's just batting .214. Just the 6 hits, I believe, here on the season. But in those 6 hits, she's had 3 doubles.
Well, she's not an everyday player. This is just her 7th start. Working her way into the starting lineup here today. And that's strike one. Hansen doesn't have any stolen base attempts this year as this ball crushed but foul to the left side and well out of play.
She keeps hitting them like that, she might be able to start to line up a little bit more. She can straighten some of those out. That ball's clear into the woods.
She got all of that, just was out in front. 1-2 now. Saunders pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three. The inning is over. The Saints get a one-out walk by Erica Hansen and nothing else from it. We'll go to the bottom of the second. No score in Pembroke.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Bottom of the second inning. No score yet in Pembroke. The Braves will have 5, 6, and 7 coming to the plate, starting with catcher Tony Nelson. Sophomore hitting .356 on the season, 32 hits, 6 of them doubles, 2 home runs, as well as 21 runs batted in. We'll see if she can spark something for the Braves this inning. There's an important statement to be made here. The team that scores first in the first game of a doubleheader gets to kind of claim the early momentum and gets to kind of dictate the rest of the terms of the engagement. Nelson watches this pitch from the lefty Carson come right in on her hands. Takes for ball one.
Nelson leaving a lot of room there over the plate. Backed up into the box.
Carson bringing the heat there, called a strike. As the wind picks up again in Pembroke. 1-1, high and outside. Savannah Melvin is on deck, then KB Smith, pair of freshmen coming up after sophomore Tony Nelson. This is a young Braves team. This one's inside for ball three. Kind of explains their inconsistent play. I think head coach Brady Med would say it maybe explains it but doesn't excuse it. Braves on a 7-game losing streak right now, but they do have 2 wins against Catawba that's been ranked in the top 25. Nelson goes inside out, fouls it off to the right side. They beat Catawba once when the Indians were ranked number 7 and once when they were ranked number 17. So those losses aren't helping Catawba's ranking, but it proves that the Braves can play with some of the best teams in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a roller coaster season here for the Braves, having moments of brilliance, but then moments where it doesn't seem like they're able to get much done.
This one swung on, chopped right back to the pitcher. Reaches, throws over to first in time for the out. Tony Nelson is retired on the pitch, on the hit right back to the pitcher. Clinton Carson showing off the footwork there. A little reverse pivot. And then throws it back for the out. So it's Savannah Melvin's turn to hit. Freshman first baseman. Making her 30th start of the season. A .236 hitter. Has 21 hits, 2 doubles, a triple, 1 home run as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I really like the theme song.
We have the Star Wars walk-up music. Strike one called on the outside corner. The 0-1. Same spot, same call. Just like that, nothing into the count on Savannah Melvin. Just misses as she picks at the outside corner again. Tried to go to the well again. Didn't get the call.
Yeah, she's a little bit high on that one. Right around the elbows.
1-2. Same spot again. Just a little bit high and outside, but staying on that outside corner against Savannah Melvin.
Yeah, she's not mentioned that. She's not missing that by much. Slight adjustment, that's a strike.
The 2-2. Swung on, fouled off. Melvin kind of checked her swing at the very end there. And you wonder what she would have done if she'd actually followed through on the swing, because she got pretty good contact.
Yeah.
By accident or intentionally. The 2-2. I'll call a foul ball.
Yeah, I think that's for Melvin's benefit there, because she definitely wasn't going to run that one out.
Yeah, she was going to be out if that had not been bounced off her foot, or if the umpire, I suppose, hadn't caught the fact that it should have been a hit ball. I think it bounced in the batter's box, which would make it a foul ball.
She's walking a little gingerly there, like it might have hit her foot.
And I'm not sure you can blame that on the wind or not, but Clinton Carson just dropped the ball before she stepped to the rubber.
Yeah, I don't think that's a wind issue.
If anybody asks, that's probably what she'll say. Yeah, it's really windy. That's why I dropped it. 2-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. Holding on is Hansen. And there's the second out of the inning. Braves will do that regardless of whether they think the catcher dropped the ball or not. Sometimes they can confuse the umpire, confuse the defense, and cause an error there in the infield. It's also just good, good hustle. You get your cardio in. You run up the first base line as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely good discipline.
So now it's KB Smith, freshman designated player, making just her 6th start of the season. Her batting average at this point is .222. She has just 18 at bat, so a little tough to say how she's really adjusted to facing college-level pitching. The 1-0. Strike called on the outside corner.
Yeah, Carson having a lot of success there going to the outside corner so far in this ballgame.
The 1-1. Strike 2 called as again she paints the outside corner. One and two, 2 outs, bases empty, no score, bottom of the second. The Carson pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, as Hansen holds on for the 3rd out. Nothing doing for the Braves in the second. We're through 2 frames, no score. start the top of the third inning at the bottom of the Saints batting order. Number 8 hitter Sydney Turner and Tessa Fawcett. And back to the top with Bailey Mabry. No score through 2 innings at LRA Field. Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Katie Saunders delivers the pitch. It's low and inside. Hops into the glove of Nelson behind home plate for ball 1. The 1-0. Fouled off behind the plate. Now to play.
Sydney Turner, just a 149 average so far in the season. She's played 21 games, 22 games.
Takes strike 2 there. Yeah, 7 for 47 at the plate, but 2 doubles, 6 runs batted in. 1-2, grounded to third. Johnson to it, the throw in time into the glove of Melvin for the first out.
Tell you what, I'm not sure how I feel about my new seat here. I don't have the protection of the roof with these foul balls. Watching them go over my head, but I do have a great view right over the umpire's right shoulder.
You gonna start calling balls and strikes for us, Shane?
I might have to. I don't think he'll like that very much. It don't matter much what I say.
First pitch low and inside. No doubt that's a ball to Tessa Fawcett.
Yeah, when you see dust from the dirt where the ball hit.
Usually a ball, unless the batter swings at it, of course. Fawcett with a 173 batting average, the sophomore hitting in the 9 spot, tips this one foul, evens up the count at 1-1. And she didn't want to swing at that, just wasn't able to hold back and couldn't help but make a little bit of contact.
Tell you what, I always enjoyed the rise ball in softball, so unique to the sport, because in baseball the ball's always in a descent.
Bunt laid down, a little bit too much oomph on it to third. The throw to first in time. And again, Johnson getting some nice infield work in. She has the last 2 putouts.
Yeah, the Saints might want to stay away from the left side of the field because between Johnson and Cox, there's not a whole lot of open space over there.
Cox covers a lot of ground in the outfield. Taylor Gerhardt solid at short as well. 2 down in the top of the third. It's Bailey Mabry at the plate. She swings at the first pitch, hits it back up the middle, through into center field. There's the first hit of the ball game for the Saints. It took them 1 full trip through the batting order to get a handle on Katie Saunders, but they finally do, and they break the goose egg in the hit column. Mabry tied for the team lead for the Saints with 5 stolen bases. So, doesn't go a ton, but Braves still have to be cognizant of her. Here's Sam Thornton. She's off on the pitch. Grounded to first. Toss as the second baseman covers. There's the out as Epperson tags the bag. So the 1 hit with 2 outs. Nothing doing for the Saints other than that. We're through 2.5 at LRA Field. No score.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Haley Epperson will get us started for the Braves in the bottom of the third inning. 8, 9, and 1 coming up for the black and gold. Game 1 of today's doubleheader between the Braves and the Limestone Saints. We're scoreless through 2.5. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for stopping by and enjoying some Brave softball with us on a gorgeous day in Pembroke. It's warm, but the breeze is helping matters. This one grounded to short. The throw to first just in the nick of time. And Fawcett Really had to let that one go. Good handle by Turner over at first to snag that throw.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, she had to stretch for that one.
So Epperson is retired for the first out. It brings up sophomore Lexi Cox. 159 batting average for Cox. 10 hits, 4 of them have been doubles, and 5 runs batted in. Let's see if she can get something going as we turn back over to the top of the order. Jamie Johnson waits on deck. She walked in her first plate appearance. Looks like Clinton Carson starting to settle down. Forced the Braves to go 3 up and 3 down last inning. Now is retired 5 straight. Has the count 1-1 at Cox. The 1-1 stays high. Two-one. Right over the middle, but just a little bit low.
See if she goes back to that outside corner here.
That's where she had so much success last inning.
Her first pitch to Cox was on that outside corner.
3-1. Pitch from Carson, grounded to second off the end of the bat. Thornton throws to Turner, and there's the second out. Braves just not getting great contact here against Carson. Just 1 hit in their first cycle through the batting order. We go back to the top of the order. Jamie Johnson to the plate.
I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of good fielding so far today as well.
Not too many spectacular plays, but there's something to be said for making the plays you're supposed to make.
Just solid defense, no mistakes.
First pitch high and outside to Jamie Johnson, sophomore from Kenly, North Carolina. Stands in the right-handed batter's box at 5'6". Grounded to short. Another stop by Fawcett. And it's a 1-2-3 inning. Everybody in the infield making a play there. A ground out to short and second as the Braves go 1-2-3 in the third. To the fourth inning we go. When we come back, no score. Three very good innings in the book so far for Katie Saunders for UNCP. Their pitcher is given up just 1 hit and 1 walk, has 1 strikeout as well, as the Saints have gone a little bit into their second trip through the batting order. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 coming up this inning, starting with Caroline Hill. Catcher Tony Nelson making the signals as the infield gets set and Hill digs in. Saunders with the pitch, and it's popped up to the left side of the infield. Squeezed at third base by Johnson for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out. That is efficient work in the circle by Katie Saunders. That will help her go deep into this game. Potentially go the distance and even possibly get some work next game as well. Here's Emma Swearingen. Takes low and outside for ball 1. Swearingen is from Simpsonville, South Carolina. 5'8" sophomore.
Yeah, I got some interesting statistics here for you, Cameron.
This ball flied out towards left field. Cox on the run to the wall, reaches out, can't make the catch. As it falls to the turf, the throw into second, sliding in with a double is Emma Swearingen.
So for Limestone in particular, the first run is the most important for them. Their record when after leading, if they're leading in any inning, they tend to win the game. But their record when trailing, if they're trailing at any point in the game, they tend to lose that game, whether it be by 1 run or any run period. They're definitely not a come-from-behind team. They're a play-from-the-front kind of team.
That's an interesting stat because, sometimes you think softball, you think of some high-scoring games, and in a high-scoring game, you would think that the first run is just kind of random.
Yeah.
But as this game starts to get into really the meat of the ball game, that first run is going to be important.
Yeah, the record when leading after the first inning, they're 6-0. The second inning, they're 8-0. The third inning, 11-0. Fourth inning, they're 10-0. Fifth inning, 9-1. Sixth inning, 9-0. And then record if they're trailing. If they're trailing in the first inning, they're just 1-5. In the second inning, they're 2-4. Third inning, they're 1-7. Fourth inning, 1-7. Fifth inning, 0-8. And sixth inning, 1-5.
Those are not great numbers. You better believe they want to score this run from second. That's ball 3 as it misses high and inside on Erica Hansen.
Yeah, statistically speaking, the first run for this team is kind of like that make-or-break moment.
Runner on second is Swearingen. Hands to the plate. The senior from Richmond, Virginia, takes a called strike there. Just a get-me-over pitch from Saunders. Now she really needs to come with another good pitch here. The 3-1 swung on, fouled back. It's staying in the field to play. Nelson can't make the catch. Braves would have really liked to have that one. 3-2.
I'm not going to say it was the sun, but from the way Nelson's running, the sun is behind us coming up, and she was coming towards the backstop.
So the 3-2 is swung on and fouled off the left side. Nobody's getting to that as it's out of play. Nice job by Saunders to battle back. First base is open, though. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off again to the left side. That kind of counteracts the fact that the first out Saunders got this inning was on the first pitch. And working a serious pitch count in this at-bat. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat, and it's ball 4.
A bit of a situation now here with runners on first and second, just the 1 out. A double play, not as common in softball.
Yeah, it's really pretty rare. It takes a very well-hit ball and some sharp infield work, and also sometimes some poor base running. Paige Bolding at the plate. A sharply hit ground ball to short doesn't necessarily mean a double play. This ball fouled back. Oh, and 2. Holding a senior from Boiling Springs High School in Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Here's the 0-2. Swings, grounds it to short. The throw goes over to third. They can't hang on. Oh, Johnson drops the ball.
It was a good thought to go for the leading runner, just unable to handle the throw from Gerhardt.
So an error on, I believe, Gerhardt. Now the infield will huddle up in the circle. I'm not sure if they're scoring that. I don't think that should be a hit. They put a hit up on the scoreboard. It should just be an error. So Bolding safe at first. Hansen is on second. Swearingen is on third. And designated player Haley Crouch comes up to the plate. She struck out in her first plate appearance. Saunders would love another one. Big swing and a miss by Crouch. 0-1.
With runners on, Crouch bats just 267. So if there's any glimmer of hope here in this bases loaded situation, it would be that.
Crouch is just a freshman from Granite Falls, North Carolina. She pops this one foul behind home plate. Make it 0-2. They do fix that on the scoreboard. So just 2 hits for the Saints and 1 Braves error in the game. 1 Braves hit and no Saints errors at this point. Top of the 4th inning. The pitch misses low. Nice stop behind the plate by Nelson.
Crouch is 0-2 with bases loaded so far on the season as well.
Swing and a miss. There's the big strikeout for the second out of the inning.
That's huge for Saunders right there. That's big.
Now the force on at any base, 2 outs, but the potential first run standing on third base. You mentioned just how important the first run of the game is for Limestone. Saunders with the pitch, taken for a strike on the inner half against Sydney Turner.
Turner with runners on is a 263 batter. She's had 19 opportunities and just 5 hits.
Turner's a sophomore from Cumming, Georgia. Swings, grounds this one right back up the middle. This is trouble. It's scooped up by Gerhardt. The throw to first in time for the out. The Saints leave the bases loaded in the 4th. And we're going to the bottom of the 4th. Still no score at LRA Field.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Well, a big time bullet dodged by UNCP in the top of the 4th. As Limestone had the bases loaded with 1 out, and Katie Saunders worked her way out of it. So we go to the bottom of the 4th, tied at 0. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 drove this inning for UNC Pembroke. Whitney Jackson, then Abby Walters, and Taylor Gerhardt. Whitney Jackson, senior from Farmville Central High School in Farmville, North Carolina. She's in center field today. She's gotten a little bit of work out there in the outfield. See if she can make something happen at the plate, spark a Braves rally. London Carson's first pitch of the 4th inning is well outside, 1-0.
You have to wonder at some point if these Braves batters are going to start to catch on, because Carson typically on that first pitch does go outside.
Oh, she came high and inside on this one. That got Jackson, looked like right in the dome.
Yeah.
He walks it off, and we'll give her a moment to see if she's all right.
If you remember earlier on, that time when Carson came in on Nelson, she was real close. I think Carson might have a little bit of nerves pitching to the inside of the plate there.
So the leadoff hitter does get a board. Perhaps not the way the Braves would like to see it happen, but in a close game, you do what you can to get on base. And Whitney Jackson, well, she goes and rubs her hands in the dirt. I'm not sure if that's symbolically to rub some dirt on it.
Outside again there by Carson right off that corner.
It's Abby Walters at the plate. She owns the Braves' only hit so far. Single in the first inning. Otherwise, the Braves have been not able to get much going against Carson. This one fouled off to the right side. It does duck out of playable territory.
Wind's kind of changed direction on us a little bit now. It's coming right to left across the field.
It's gone from going straight out to center to left center, now to straightaway left. As this one swung on again, fouled off by Walters.
Abby Walters would certainly like to get a nice hit right here.
Jackson on first. The breaking ball goes low. The pickoff throw going back over to first. Jackson is safe. So Hansen behind the plate didn't like how far away from the base Jackson was. Took a shot at trying to pick her off. Jackson just 1 of 2 on stolen base attempts on the year. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded into right field as it goes behind Jackson. Now Jackson will look for third. She comes sliding in. She is tagged out. Again, the Braves make an out at third base on the base paths. Abby Walters has a single. She's now 2 for 2. But this is becoming a little bit of an issue for UNCP.
Just like you said earlier, the aggressiveness of the base running. Instead of having 2 aboard now, you have 1 out and 1 aboard in the same situation as you just had.
Could have had first and second if Jackson had just held up. It's Taylor Gerhardt at the plate. That first pitch called a ball. Walters the runner on first. Gerhardt, sophomore from Winfield Park, New Jersey. The righty swings and fouls this one off. Upcoming schedule for UNCP. They're on the road over the weekend, March 25th. That's tomorrow. They'll be at Winston-Salem State. And on the 29th at Barton. Back home on Saturday, April 2nd against Augusta, and Sunday, April 3rd against Georgia College.
Carson with the strike right there off that outside corner yet again. 1 and 2 your count.
No score in the bottom of the 4th. 1 out, a runner on. Runner goes. A nice jump from Walters, and she has second base.
Yeah, if Hansen keeps that down, they might get the out there, but throw just a bit high. We haven't seen too much success there on them catcher popping up, throwing down to the second baseman.
2-2 pitch on the way to Gerhardt. Grounds it to second base. Thornton throw to first is in time. Walters able to advance to third. With 2 away, it falls on Tony Nelson. So on the negative side, the Braves made the second out of the inning, but that being essentially a swinging sacrifice bunt, now it really becomes an issue for Carson. If the control falters at all, could give away that all-important first run of the game. Tony Nelson's a sophomore catcher from Bear Creek, North Carolina. With a longer hold from Carson. Now she's ready to throw. Oh, that came in very close to hitting Nelson. Able to duck out of the way.
That's the second time she's nearly hit Nelson.
Nelson grounded out her first time up, but yeah, was also nearly hit in the first inning. Excuse me, her first at bat in the second inning. 2-0. Nelson hits it in the air to the right side, falling quickly in foul territory, but the first baseman Turner is there for the catch and the out. Braves strand a runner on third in the bottom of the 4th. We still have no score. We'll go to the 5th inning when we come back on the Braves Broadcast Network. This ball game humming right along. We haven't even been playing softball for an hour yet. We're already to the top of the 5th. Start with the number 9 hitter for Limestone here in the 5th, Tessa Fawcett. And back to the top with Bailey Mabry and Sam Thornton. Katie Saunders in the circle for the black and gold. Trying to keep giving her team an opportunity to pick her up and score that first run, which for Limestone has kind of determined who's won the game so far this season. First pitch swung on, foul back by Fawcett. Tessa Fawcett, a sophomore from Burlington, North Carolina. Just a lot of local flavor for both teams, as these two schools actually not all that close together. Gaffney, South Carolina is where Limestone is located. But both teams pulling players from mainly North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia.
Fawcett not very good against the right-handed pitcher. She's batting just 173 on the season against righties.
Saunders with the pitch. Just misses low and inside. The 1-2. And nearly hits her. She stays put. Ball 2 called. Saunders the pitch. Fooled her. Strike 3 swinging. Third strikeout of the game by Katie Saunders. Doing a nice job in the circle. That sound means it's 5 o'clock. Chime every weekday on the campus of UNCP, and one of those towers right behind center field, so it was pretty loud. Ball 1 called to Bailey Mabry. She's 1 for 2 at the dish today. Singled her last time up. That was in the 3rd inning, but it was a 2-out hit, and the Saints couldn't do anything with it. Saunders with the 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, 2-0. Mabry digs back in the pitch. Strike 1 called. Saunders comes right inside. Sees that Mabry's kind of crowding the plate a little bit. Throws it basically right under her wrists. And that'll back her off a little bit. Standing in the outside part of the batter's box. Inside again, but a little low. 3-1.
Mabry, a fairly tall batter. Not hard to be a little low there.
He's 5'10". She golfs this one into left field. Cox will play it on the bounce. It's a 1-out single for Bailey Mabry. She's got her 2nd hit and now owns 2 of her team's 3 hits in the ballgame.
Now batting second baseman number 8, Sam Thornton.
Showing why her coach Amy Yates trusts her to bat leadoff. A lot of qualities you look for in a leadoff hitter, speed being one of them, but just the pure ability to get on base, hit for average is probably tops on that list. She goes on the pitch. The throw down to second is in time, and she's out. Caught stealing second base. What a throw by Nelson. It was a ball called, so 1-0 the count to Sam Thornton, but that erases the base runner. 2 outs now in the top of the 5th. And Thornton tattoos this ball, but foul, hooking into the left field corner.
Kind of surprised move there to try to steal the base. You look through, and they really don't have a whole lot of attempts at stolen bases. Looks like just 25 on the season. We have some girls approaching that number just by themselves.
25 is a team for the Saints. Jamie Johnson has 18 on her own now. Abby Walters has 16. This ball hit into the left center field gap. It dies on the grass. Sam Thornton has a hit. And now that means that that caught stealing is extra important. They can potentially have runners on first and second, or maybe try to stretch Mabry out to third. Instead, it's just a runner on first with 2 outs. 4 hits now in the ball game for the Saints. There's been 2 by UNCP. Here's Caroline Hill taking on the outside corner for a called strike right at the knees. Great placement on that pitch by Saunders.
Hill typically a very good batter with runners on base. 388 on the season so far.
The 0-1, swung on, hits it out towards center field. It's going back, and it's over the fence. A 2-run home run by Caroline Hill. The wind certainly helped that one, as it didn't clear the fence by much, but it gives the Saints the lead. Saunders just left that one up a little bit in the zone, and Hill punished her for it.
That wind certainly helped out a good bit there. Nice gust.
And you hate to nitpick, but again, thinking about that caught stealing, you just stay put on first base. The next ball gets hit out into the outfield. You take the conservative approach on the base pass. Instead of there being 1 runner on base for that home run, it could have been 2. That could have been a 3-run homer. One outside, ball 1 called. Now a real test for Katie Saunders.
You were talking about important qualities in leadoff hitters. Well, one of the important qualities of being a pitcher is a short memory.
Absolutely.
You got to be able to settle it back down.
What is that next pitch going to be, and how can you focus on getting the next batter out after giving up a home run? Katie Saunders, a senior pitcher from Laguna Niguel, California. It's strike 1 called there. Swearingen at the plate. She's 1 for 2 in this one. Doubled her last time up. Stuck on third base last inning. I'll say she didn't go on that. Make it 3-1. And that was pretty close. Saunders with the pitch. Ball 4. Third walk allowed by Katie Saunders, and Limestone's inning will continue. It brings up Erica Hansen, who actually owns both of the other walks that Saunders has allowed in this game. So Hansen 0 for 0 at the plate in this ball game. Both plate appearances have resulted in walks. She swings, fouls this one off to the left side, out of play.
Just peering over into the bullpen behind the batter's box there not batter's box, I'm sorry, dugout there for the Braves. There is somebody in there warming up.
And the Braves only have 3 players who have pitched this year.
Absolutely.
Saunders, Walters, and Strickland.
Neither one of them has pitched nearly as much as Saunders has. About half the time.
Well, we can use some reasoning that if we assume that it's still Abby Walters out in right field, and that it's not somebody who hasn't pitched yet this season, we can assume it's Strickland who's getting loose in the bullpen. It's an educated guess. You can't see it, but I just put on my Sherlock Holmes hat. It's invisible, but it's very stylish. Ball 3 called, low and outside.
I think this would have to be an absolutely terrible inning for them to take Saunders out.
He's definitely their ace pitcher. This ball lined over the glove of the second baseman Epperson into right field. Just got a piece of it. And another laser off the bat of Erica Hansen. She's been hitting the ball pretty well. That's just the first time she's been able to put it in play. She's been on base every time she's come up. 2 walks and now a single. As the inning continues, it's Paige Bolding. He's the 7th hitter to come to the plate this inning for the Saints. 2 runners aboard, 2 runs already in, 2 outs, and that's called a strike.
Yeah, this season she's had just 33 opportunities to bat with runners on base. Batting just .242.
Crushes this ball down the third base line into the corner. 1 run will score. They'll hold up the runner at third. It's an RBI double for Paige Bolding. It's 3-0 Saints.
We'll make that 9 of 34 now.
And Shane, momentum is a funny thing in sports. The Saints have it right now. we said coming in, these teams looked pretty evenly matched on paper. The records seem to indicate it. The first 4 innings of play seem to indicate it. And depending on how momentum continues to factor in, the final score might not necessarily indicate it.
Not at all. And I mentioned it earlier, the statistics about Limestone in certain situations. Well, should this hold up and they continue to lead after the 5th inning, they are 9-1 when leading in the 5th inning. But don't underestimate the batting power of the Braves.
They can hit the ball. Haley Crouch fouls this one off herself. Winces in pain. And she'll step out, take a practice cut, and continue the at-bat. 0-1. Crouch 0 for 2 with the pair of strikeouts. He was at the plate last inning with the bases loaded and 1 out. Couldn't get it done. Neither could Sydney Turner, who's currently on deck. This is the part of the order that Katie Saunders has had no problem with. It's that top 6 that's really produced. 0-2, 2 outs. The pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. And it looks like Nelson did hold on. So there is the inning, but Limestone scores 3 runs. They take the 3-0 lead into the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Bottom of the 5th, UNCP playing from behind, and it's 3-0 Limestone. It felt like they could have been a lot worse. They've had a couple of big opportunities. And the Braves, on the other hand, just have a little bit of a struggle at the plate against Clinton Carson. Just 2 hits for UNCP, and they've not necessarily helped their own cause on the base paths either.
No, and if you're thinking ahead even to the 2nd game of this doubleheader, Clinton Carson isn't even the ace for the Limestone Saints.
Savannah Melvin will get things started for the Braves, followed by KB Smith and Haley Epperson. Looking for some offense. 3 runs is, well, in this game it sounds like a lot because it's 3-0, but in the grand scheme of things, that can happen very quickly.
As we just saw in the last inning.
Low and outside, call is strike. Our home plate umpire, Melvin Clark. Also have Leroy Pinkney in the infield. That's our umpiring crew for today's doubleheader.
Done a fairly good job today, too.
Kept it moving. Been pretty consistent with the strike zone. At least from our point of view. Now, the view from the dugout as a coach, when your team is having the kind of day it's been for the Braves.
I would imagine if you're pitching, the strike zone's always too small, and if you're batting, the strike zone's always too big.
Popped up to the right side. Melvin just got under it a little bit too much, and it's squeezed by Thornton for the first out.
All smiles for the Saints out there. They look like they're having some fun today.
And they're not worried about the size of the strike zone. It's perfectly fine with them.
Beautiful, beautiful day for softball.
Temperature in the mid to high 70s. Doesn't feel that bad. It's certainly a dry day, and the breeze so refreshing.
I've been able to get a look at who is warming up in the bullpen. It is Abby Walters. Strickland might be back there as well. I can't tell, but that is definitely the 7 of Abby Walters.
We'll have to check if Walters comes back out and plays right field next inning, and perhaps if she was actually the one warming up in the first place, means that somebody else might be in right field defensively for the Braves. You have KB Smith in that designated player flex position. 1-1, hit back up the middle, the backhand off the glove of Thornton, scooped up at short by Fawcett, but no throw made. Pretty sure you score that a hit for KB Smith. Smith, the freshman from Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina, picking up an important hit in this ball game. The Braves just haven't had a ton of base runners. Also just the 5th career hit for the freshman. That's a nice little milestone.
It looks like we have a pinch runner here. Oh, yeah.
It is. It's number 22, Jessie Mangum, another freshman from Fuquay-Varina.
Pitch running for the Braves, number 2, Jessie Mangum.
Good move here, I believe, by Bennett, head coach of the Braves.
Mangum is 1 of 2 on stolen base attempts this year. A little bit more speed on the base paths, trying to, again, create a little bit more chaos. That's what the Braves are all about, doing some unorthodox things that make opposing teams uncomfortable. So far, the Saints have not been rattled. 0-1. Outside corner, called strike 2 to Haley Epperson. Epperson is a sophomore from Summerfield, North Carolina. Shows a bunt. It's a timing mechanism. She grounds it foul to the right side. Might be alarming to look at a player showing bunt with 2 strikes, but a lot of softball players will use that as they time up the pitcher. It's a rhythm thing, kind of like a stride with the foot is part of the routine. That one's outside. Hansen pops up, was looking to throw over to first, then decided not to.
It takes some serious nerve to sit 0-2 and watch a ball go by.
There's definitely a temptation to swing at just about anything. 1-2 grounded foul down the third base line. It looked to be pretty well placed, but Bolding is nearly straddling the third base line. She is definitely playing that those hot shots at the hot corner. That shows a lot of trust in her shortstop, Fawcett, to be able to go get balls.
Yeah, Fawcett covering a very big area over there.
1-2 low and outside. No doubt about that one. And that one probably a little bit easier for Epperson to lay off. Two-two. Grounded right back up the middle. Takes a couple bounces. Carson throws to second to get the lead runner. And she does. Force out gets Mangum at second. Epperson safe at first on the fielder's choice, and there's 2 away. Now Lexi Cox. 2 down in the 5th. Braves trailing 3-0 against the Limestone Saints. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Game 1 of today's doubleheader underway. Now Epperson tries to steal. The throw gets by into center field. Haley Epperson swipes second base.
You know, these pickoffs from Hansen, they're not necessarily bad throws. You have to wonder if maybe the shortstop and second baseman are nervous about the collision. It seems like almost hold up.
The 1-0. Yeah, definitely some could sense the hesitation, tentative a little bit as they approach to try to get the throw down. Now Hansen will meet with her pitcher in the circle. Carson has been pretty smooth in handling the Braves pitchers, or the Braves hitters today. See Cox. Got a quick word from head coach Brittany Bennett, who's also the Braves' third base coach when they're batting.
conversation there.
Not sure what you can say. 2-0, this is going to be a fairly nice pitch to hit, as Carson doesn't want to put the potential tying run at the plate. Gets the call on the outside corner there.
I'm not saying you swing at that because I'm not sure that it's a good pitch to swing at, but it's hard. The placement's very good.
2-1, grounded down the third base line. Good hands by Bolding, and the throw across the diamond in time for the out. Braves get a single from KB Smith. Can't do anything with it. They leave a runner on to end the 5th inning. Through 5 at LRA Field, it's 3-0 Saints. The Saints nearly batted around last inning in scoring 3 runs. They had 3 runs on 5 hits and left 2 on base. We'll start the Saints' 6th inning with the number 8 hitter, Sydney Turner, who's 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts.
Looks like Abby Walters is out there in right field. Now looking over, I can see Strickland warming up as well. Bennett just wants to have options, I believe.
Still Saunders in the circle. This ball skied to center. Coming in on it is Jackson, and she makes the catch for the first out. So again, first pitch, first out. If Katie Saunders had kept that pace up, we would have no problem. Unfortunately, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th hitters in innings have started to time up Katie Saunders a little bit better. Something about being that leadoff hitter has not been good for the Saints. There's not been a single inning in which the Saints have gotten a leadoff runner on base. This ball swung on, popped up, and foul by Tessa Fawcett. She's 0 for 2, struck out last time she came up when she led off last inning.
This is definitely, I think, a do-or-die inning.
Popped up and foul.
For the Braves. If the Braves, they almost need to score here, because if they let the Saints have the lead after this 6th inning, the Saints are 9-0.
The 1-2 hit well, but foul. As Fawcett jumped on that off-speed pitch and hit it foul. 1-2 pitch from Saunders. Laced to third, and a nice catch by Johnson, flashing the leather, and there's 2 away.
Now batting leadoff hitter, left fielder number 1, Bailey Mabry.
Back to the top of the order, Bailey Mabry. She's 2 for 3 with a pair of singles.
It's been a fairly quick ball game.
First pitch, just a bit low. Falls below the knees of Bailey Mabry. Haven't hit the 90-minute mark yet. Not even that close either. And it's the top of the 6th inning. It's 3 runs on 7 hits for the Saints. No runs on 3 hits for the Braves, and UNCP also has committed 1 error. 2-0 pitch. Low and inside. This is the part of the order where Saunders has run into some trouble. Mabry has a pair of hits. Thornton, who's on deck, has 1 hit, and then Caroline Hill had that 2-run homer last inning. Getting the over pitch there. Called a strike as the bat stays firmly on the shoulder of Bailey Mabry. Limestone, the reigning champions of Conference Carolinas. This ball popped up to a shallow left center field into no man's land. A diving effort by Cox comes up empty. And it's a bloop single for Bailey Mabry, her 3rd hit in as many at-bats.
Yeah, I like to refer to that part of the field as kind of like the Bermuda Triangle. Things just seem to disappear over there.
We talked about Limestone players potentially running into each other on stolen base attempts. That's with 2 players. There were 3 players coming in on that ball for the Braves, and it dropped almost squarely right between the 3 of them. Inside on this pitch to Sam Thornton. Now 8 hits in the ball game for the visitors from Limestone. Other than the 1 home run, hard to say they've really rocked too many of them. This one popped foul to the left side out of play. And even the home run wasn't a dominant, towering tape measure shot. It was a well hit ball to the outfield that the wind picked up a little bit further.
Yeah,
this ball hit well, but it hangs up just a little bit too much, and Cox gets to it for the 3rd out. Through 5.5 at LRA Field. It's 3-0 Limestone. We'll be right back.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Shane said something about this being a do-or-die inning, and with the top of the order coming up in the 6th, I'm inclined to agree with you. It'll be Jamie Johnson, then Whitney Jackson, and Abby Walters as they continue to try to figure out Limestone, Hurler, Clinton, Carson. Allowed just 3 hits through 5 very good innings of work. The Braves have had a couple questionable base running decisions as well, and have hurt their chances on a couple opportunities. The 1-0. Johnson hits it high and deep to left field. That ball is out of here. Jamie Johnson goes yard, and it's now 3-1.
I know you can't have your cake and eat it too, but you would have liked to have had a couple of runners on base for that.
A no-doubter. That ball leapt off the bat of the Braves' 3rd baseman. Jamie Johnson says, thank you very much.
It's her 4th home run on the season. One behind Taylor Gerhardt, who's your team leader.
RBI number 24. Gerhardt and Walters both have 26, but Johnson firmly in 3rd in that category. Just a very nice piece of hitting. And you can't attribute that to the win. That ball was going to be gone.
See if that'll shake up Carson here a little bit. Maybe the Braves can defy some statistics.
This ball hit in the air to left field. Back-to-back hits. Whitney Jackson deposits it into shallow left field for a single. So the Braves had 3 hits through 5 innings of play. 2 hits here on just a couple pitches. And now we'll get a full-on meeting in the circle. Amy Yates, the head coach of the Saints, meeting with her pitcher and the entire infield.
Yeah, and obviously if you're the offensive team, you get a chance to talk it over too. I think if you're Brittany Bennett, let them swing.
Oh yeah.
Let them swing.
And now you potentially I mean, I know that's one of Brittany Bennett's signature strategies is being very aggressive on the base paths, but it didn't really work in the first couple innings. There were a lot of outs being made on the base paths when the Braves did get base runners. So with the wind blowing out, it's obviously favoring the hitters. Do you maybe change the strategy and call yourself just a slugging team right now? You've got the heart of the order coming up, no outs. You say, let's avoid making those outs on the base paths and try to have as many base runners as possible, try to get a big home run.
Yeah,
Abby Walters at the plate. She represents the tying run.
Absolutely. Let him swing.
This one's low. Walters 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. She also has stolen 2 bases.
I wouldn't even steal in this situation. You have no outs, just play it safe and play ball.
Walters grounds this one up the third base line, but foul. Jackson got a nice jump. She was sliding into second. Looked up and saw the ball being thrown back to the pitcher. Able to realize that was actually a foul ball. So it's 1-1 to Abby Walters, product of Bladenboro, North Carolina.
Just right up the road.
1-1. Walters with the chopper to short. The throw over to second to get the lead runner, and that's all the Saints will get. So swap Jackson on the base paths for Walters, who's aboard on the fielder's choice. And now Taylor Gerhardt.
As the home run leader, this would be the perfect time to hit the home run.
It feels like in this situation, Taylor Gerhardt, you should just call her the dangerous Taylor Gerhardt. 5 home runs on the year.
Trying to match her jersey number.
And she hits this ball on a line into center field. They'll hold up Walters at second. Gerhardt has her first hit of the afternoon. 6th hit of the game for the Braves as a team. 1 out, and the tying run now on the base paths, which means Tony Nelson at the plate is the go-ahead run. Here we go.
Well, this game just got a whole lot more interesting.
If we didn't have your attention before, now we have your interest. 3-1 Saints. Pitch on the outside corner, called a strike to Tony Nelson, who's 0 for 2.
Just the 1 out. Nelson here really needs to work Carson over here.
Carson throws. This one's just a bit outside. She's kind of bouncing around there in between pitches, and even in the process of her motion, I wonder if she's laboring out there a little bit. 1-1, 1 out, 2 runners aboard. The pitch, high and tight. Turning out of the way, Nelson, that just missed her.
She struggles with that inside pitch a little bit. That's the 3rd time now we've seen Nelson have to duck away. You know, Nelson might want to just choose to wear one of those.
And it really hasn't been to too many other hitters. You wonder if there's something personal between her and Nelson. I doubt it, but I suppose it's possible. Nelson hits this one off the shin of the pitcher, and it bounces right to first base where Turner tags the bag.
Well, I guess if it's going to bounce anywhere.
The Saints will take it in. Well, I don't know. If Nelson gets another chance to hit, and I'm Carson and able to stay in the game, maybe it is a little bit personal now. I know it's not intentional, but that hurts.
You know, I've heard of a pitcher hitting the batter, but I've seldom seen, you know, kind of return favor.
And maybe that was Nelson getting a little revenge.
Nelson said, "I will place this ball on your right shin." Oh, baseball team coming out to visit us today. We see the center fielder, Roberto Rivera, coming to hang out with us.
And Limestone will make a pitching change. We'll step aside briefly here on the Braves Broadcast Network. 2 outs, 2 runners aboard. Coming to the plate will be Savannah Melvin when we come back. 2 runners aboard, 2 outs. Braves down by 2 in the bottom of the 6th. The new pitcher for the Saints is number 31, Courtney Smith.
Yeah, interesting choice here. They do have Josie Weber on the roster, but they go with Courtney Smith. She's got a 3.65 ERA. She's pitched 44 innings so far this season, but she's sharing time. Out of the 4 pitchers they have, 3 of them are hovering around that 40 to 50 inning mark.
0-1 is the first pitch she throws. Catches the outside corner against Savannah Melvin. Melvin hits this ball foul to the right side, out of play.
I will say this, in a situation like this, you know, your lineup's sort of getting used to Carson. You bring in a new pitcher who has different tendencies. It's almost kind of like a shake-up kind of thing there with 2 outs and you have 2 runners on it. Man, I think I'd rather face Carson.
That's probably exactly why the Saints made that change.
Hear that? That shin's really hurting.
The 0-2. Swung on and missed, and Smith comes in, puts out the fire. The Braves leave 2 runners in scoring position in the 6th. To the top of the 7th we will go. The Saints have an opportunity to add to that 2-run lead, a little bit more insurance when we come back.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Top of the 7th, Katie Saunders staying in the circle for UNCP, and barring things getting too weird this inning, it looks like Brittany Bennett will let her go the distance in this one. 3-1, Limestone leads UNCP in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Remember, you can stay tuned for Game 2 coming up about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, and you don't need to do anything. Just leave the stream open on your laptop, computer, phone, tablet, whatever device you're watching on. We appreciate that you're here with us today for UNCP Braves softball. This first pitch misses low and outside. It'll be Hill, Swearingen, and Hansen to up this inning for the Saints. Caroline Hill, 1 for 3 today. She has a 2-run homer in her last at bat. That was in the 5th. 1 as Saunders continues to work in the circle. The pitch in the dirt. Nelson gets a piece of it. It bounces around the feet of our home plate umpire. Pitch. Again, low. The Braves, I think, really counting on Saunders to get through this last inning. They don't want to have to get another arm fully warmed up and really going with another game coming up right after this one. And the Braves also play tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think they just like to finish this one out with Saunders. I definitely think we will see a pitching change for the second game, though.
Oh, yeah. 3-2 in the dirt. Ball for a 1-hopper to the catcher, Nelson. It's the 4th walk that Saunders has allowed in this game. That leadoff runner getting aboard. And that's happening for the first time all game. The Saints haven't done that in this entire contest. But pitching around Hill, who tagged that last home run in the 5th inning, is so far the difference in this game. First pitch low and inside, ball 1 called. Swearingen is 1 for 2. A pop out, a double, and a walk. Takes this one high and outside. Saunders' pitch. Stays high. The snap throw down to first. Diving back in safely is Hill. The Braves can't really afford to be trailing by any more than they already are as we enter the home stretch of this game. There's ball 4. Back-to-back walks. That one on 4 pitches. It's now first and second.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a situation here. Saunders might force Bennett's hand here.
That's not something that head coach Brittany Bennett wants to see out of her senior, but this is still a close game, and the Braves need to cut off any potential run. Erica Hansen to the plate. 2 walks and a single for her. She's been getting on. Lays down a bunt right back up the middle. Coming up is Johnson. The throw to first is in time. A gorgeous sac bunt from Erica Hansen. Puts runners on second and third with 1 out. And that's playing the numbers if you're the Saints.
Oh, yeah.
Now batting third baseman, number 9, Paige Boulding.
So Paige Boulding comes up to bat. She had an RBI double her last time up. She's 1 for 3. So after the first, we got through 4 innings without any scoring and really very few hits. Really, it's opened up since then in the 5th and 6th and now in the 7th.
Yeah, we talked about Boulding being just 8 of 33, and then she went to 9 of 34. Not usually a very solid batter with runners on, but
she pops this one straight back behind home plate into the bleachers and foul.
a little bit of excitement for the fans.
It'll wake you up for sure if, kind of enjoying the warm spring day with a nice breeze, perhaps dozing off a little bit. That wakes you right back up.
Oh, yeah. Get a chance to do your best Lexi Cox impression. Unfortunately, they all covered their heads. I don't think that's...
That's not what the Braves outfielder would do.
No. The Braves outfielder's looking to run underneath that ball. The fans are trying to get away.
I don't think many fans brought their baseball gloves out here. One-two pitch on the way is low. Saunders, the 2-2, popped up in the infield. This is playable at third for Johnson. She makes the catch in foul territory. A huge second out. Now it falls on designated player Haley Crouch, who's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
Now batting, designated player number 11, Haley Crouch.
Wearing the sombrero right now. And I think Limestone, well, frankly, I'm surprised they're not pinch hitting for her. She swings and pals this first one off into the net. Foul, strike one. To talk strategy with her head coach, Amy Yates.
The Limestone dugout sure enjoyed that song.
Yeah, a little dance. Swing and a miss, strike two. Been a tough go at the plate today for Crouch. Not an everyday player. It's just her 7th career start for the freshman. Came in hitting .214. She's 0 for 3 and hasn't put the ball in play. The 0-2, low and outside, try to get her to chase, she lays off. Saunders at 126 pitches, which sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but the numbers work a little bit differently in softball. Pitchers can get up that high pretty regularly. This one fouled off again, so Crouch stays alive.
Yeah, that underhand motion much better for the arm.
You're doing anything 126, 127 times in a short amount of time is, is taxing, but yes, it's certainly not the same problem. This one grounded to short, scooped up by Gerhardt. The throw to first in time, and the Braves don't allow any runs to score in the 7th. Down by 2 as we enter the final half inning potentially. The Braves need 2 to tie, 3 to win. We'll be right back in the Braves Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 7th inning. UNCP trails Limestone 3-1. Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer, and here we go. KB Smith, then Haley Epperson, Lexi Cox do up this inning for the Braves. That's 7, 8, 9 in the batting order. They need 2 to tie and 3 to win in game 1 of today's doubleheader. KB Smith, the designated player, is 1 for 2 at the plate. It's the first time she's faced the relief pitcher Courtney Smith, who came in and got the last out last inning. She goes with the pitch, high and outside. Got the 5'6" freshman from Fuquay-Varina. Stands in the right-handed batter's box. The pitch, inside, nearly hits her. She scoots out of the way. Two-0 offering from Smith. Ball 3. As good of a start as the Braves could have hoped for here in this crucial final inning. The pitch. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to KB Smith. We'll see if the Braves pinch run for her again. And it looks like they will.
Smith typically doesn't walk players too much in the season, just 15 walks, 41 strikeouts. She's second on the team in strikeouts. A little bit of a interesting situation here for her to walk the first batter like that without throwing even one strike.
The pinch runner for UNCP is Erin Hollingsworth, the freshman from Clayton, North Carolina. Stands just 4'10", so you know she's fast. Might not have long strides, but she can get moving. Haley Epperson at the plate, she's 0 for 2. Let's see if they send Hollingsworth right away. They do not. First pitch low and outside. No need to really force the issue on the base pass if suddenly Courtney Smith can't throw strikes. Gave the very quick walk to KB Smith, and that's ball 1 to Epperson. 5 straight balls. Here's the next pitch. Right down the middle for a call to strike. One, no outs. tying run at the plate in the form of Haley Epperson. She swings and misses.
There's a healthy hack right there.
Certainly not taking anything off of that swing. Might have to here with 2 strikes. Lexi Cox waits on deck and would go back to the top of the order with Jamie Johnson. 1-2 pitch, swung on, popped up in the infield, and playable by the third baseman Bolding, who makes the catch for the first out.
Good news is, with the 1 out, even if Lexi Cox would have got, you would get to Jamie Johnson. Jamie Johnson, arguably one of the better batters on the team.
Well, Johnson responsible for the Braves' only run, which he had a solo home run last inning to lead things off. So she's playing well today. And, barring a very rare double play, Johnson will get a chance to hit. Here's Lexi Cox, who's 0 for 2. She swings, pops this first one foul. Right back into the bleachers and dangerously close to our camera.
That's that for up close and personal.
Coming right into your living room or wherever you're watching today's game. Maybe it startled you a little. Swing and a miss by Cox, 0-2. Two pitches outside. One, two, inside, and a nice job by Cox to check her swing. She thought about going around. Two, grounded foul. Two, 1 out. Runner on first is Hollingsworth with Lexi Cox at the dish. Outside, the count goes full. Braves trail 3-1 on the bottom of the 7th. Huge at bat here. Cox swings, fouls it off to the right side. It's hanging up in the air, and it gets to the dugout of Limestone. I think the first part of this game moved so quickly because we're getting close to the 2-hour mark here in this game, about an hour 50. Second game follows this one after about a 30-minute break. 3-2 pitch, swung on, hit in the air to the left side, just foul. The Braves dugout was ready to go nuts if that ball dropped in. So that would have really created some problems for Limestone. Cox stays alive, the count remains full. Courtney Smith in the circle. Here's the pitch. Takes it high, ball 4. And the tying run is on base for UNCP. 2 of the 3 hitters who've come to the plate this inning for the Braves have walked. Haley Epperson popped out for the only out. And now Limestone calling time. Amy Yates wants to meet with her infield. Here's Jamie Johnson. She'll be stepping to the plate after this little meeting for both teams. Johnson homered the last time she came up, and, well, there's 2 runners on, and the Braves are down by 2. So I hardly need to tell you what a home run would mean. It's Whitney Jackson on deck if the inning continues for the Braves. Lexi Cox is on first, Hollingsworth on second. Here's third baseman Jamie Johnson. Sophomore from Kenly, North Carolina. Can come up big for the Braves right now. Wind blowing straight to left field from right to left. Johnson takes on the outside corner for a called strike. Not much he could have done with that. Maybe he could have tried to go opposite field, but all the success that the hitters have been having in this game have been to left or left center field. A 1 pitch from Smith. Just misses the outside corner this time. So she kind of picked up right where Carson left off with trying to paint the outside corner against these Braves hitters. Not a lot of times that she's come in. The 1-1. Whoa, very high. Looks like that might have slipped out of Smith's hand a little bit. She'll rearrange some of the dirt in the circle. Calling on her teammates to also come take a look at some of that dirt. In my opinion, it's fine dirt, but maybe Limestone disagrees. 2-1 the count. Smith with the pitch. Low and outside, 3-1 to Jamie Johnson. Here we go. Whitney Jackson waits on deck for UNCP. The Saints certainly don't want to load the bases with 1 out with a 2-run lead in the bottom of the 7th. 3-1. Johnson hits it high to left field, not enough on it. It's caught in left field by Mabry. That's the second out of the inning. That takes some of the air out of the Braves' sails, but it's not over yet. It's all on Whitney Jackson. The Braves down to their final out. Jackson is 1 for 2 today. She singled and was also hit by a pitch. Takes on the outside corner there. Great pitch by Smith. Senior in the Braves batting order at the plate in crunch time. The 0-1 pitch. Breaks too low. 1-1. 3-1 Limestone has the lead in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Hollingsworth, the pinch runner, is on second. Cox is on first. Whitney Jackson at the plate. Smith with the pitch. Swung on and missed as Jackson couldn't catch up with the heat. 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Braves down to their last strike now. Here's the pitch. Jackson hits it in the air to the right side. First baseman to it. Turner squeezes for the final out, and the ball game is over. UNCP drops game 1 of the doubleheader, 3-1. We'll be back in about 30 minutes for game 2 of the doubleheader. You're watching UNCP softball on the Braves Broadcast Network. Final score, Limestone Saints 3, UNCP Braves 1. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. All right, Brave softball fans, welcome back to LRA Field. It's time for Game 2 of today's doubleheader after the Saints took the first game 3-1. UNCP softball taking on Limestone here on the Braves Broadcast Network. We're so glad you're here to join us. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for stopping by, and let's get you the starting lineup for both teams. So let's start with the defensive alignment for UNCP, and their pitcher, number 14, Taylor Strickland. Strickland is making her 10th start of the season, 14th overall appearance, a 3.93 ERA for Strickland in the circle. She's thrown 57 innings, given up 72 hits, 41 runs, 32 of them were earned, walked 26, struck out 19, opponents hitting .310 against her. The defensive alignment for UNCP has a couple changes from the first game. Outfield stays exactly the same. It's Lexi Cox in left, with Whitney Jackson in center and Abby Walters in right. Now the infield, all kinds of changes. KB Smith goes from the designated player position. She's now at third base. Jamie Johnson moves from third to short. Taylor Gerhardt moves from shortstop to second base. Taking over at first base for Savannah Melvin is now Carly Brooks. And Savannah Melvin is now behind the plate as the catcher with Strickland in the circle. Limestone's batting order is pretty much the same. Bailey Mabry will lead things off for the Saints. We are ready to go. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Wind continues whipping out towards center field. 75 degrees. Partly cloudy skies, mostly sunny. The first pitch upstairs for ball 1 from Taylor Strickland. Pitch thrown at 6:33 p.m. The 1-0 catches the outside corner, make it 1-1. Mabry's a .372 hitter on the season. Started every game so far for the Saints. Has 9 doubles, 2 triples, no home runs, but 12 runs batted in. Takes again there, high and outside. Mabry went 3 for 4 in the first game. The Saints improved to 15-9 overall. The Braves fell to 14, 18, and 1. But the Braves have now lost 8 in a row with that loss in the first game. The pitch, outside, dropped behind the plate by Melvin. It's a bit of an adjustment, Jamal, from going to playing first base in the first game to being behind the plate in game 2.
Catcher, it's a different position. You're different on your body, different muscles being worked. So we'll see how the adjustment goes for her.
Called strike 2. So the count full to Bailey Mabry. The pitch swung on, grounded to second. Gerhardt to it. A quick throw over to first, just does beat the runner on the ground out. A slightly different position for Taylor Gerhardt in this second game, but really in terms of different positions to play, the difference between playing second and playing short is really not that big.
Most definitely not. Basically, they have the same job, just different sides of the playing field, but for the most part, saw the same game.
This ball fouled off by Sam Thornton. Solid contact on it as it got to the outfield in a hurry. Sam Thornton is the second baseman, the junior, with a .197 batting average on the season. That includes action in game 1. He was 1 for 4 in that first game, so her batting average didn't move that much as a result of the first game. Takes this one, a 1-hopper to the plate, 1-1.
Braves having a pretty good defense, Cameron. They're moving pretty fast as far as getting these outs in the last game that we saw. Let's see if they can bring the same fire to this game.
This one just misses outside. Yeah, it was pretty much smooth sailing, at least in the early going for the Braves, as the Saints only scored in 1 inning. All 3 of their runs in the first game came in the 5th. Otherwise, good work by Katie Saunders, who went the distance, took the loss in game 1. This ball grounded past the third baseman, a diving effort by Smith, and they will say it was a foul ball. Limestone disagrees. Head coach Amy Yates, also the third base coach, falling to her knees after that call. And the batter, Thornton, kind of holding out her arms in complaint to the umpire. 2-2 pitch, he flies it to the right side, and that will drop foul. Thornton's proved to be a tough out. Despite the 197 batting average, he struck out just 4 times this season, and in 61 at-bats. You put the ball in play, and you never know what'll happen.
She has 7 RBIs on the season so far. She's a pretty tough hitter.
Hits this one to the right side. Brooks makes quick work of it in the infield, and there's 2 away. On comes Caroline Hill, the Saints' right fielder.
One of the better batters of the team.
The top batting average at .420. Also a team best 22 runs batted in. Not surprising to see a team putting their best hitter in the 3 spot. Puts you right in the thick of things in terms of getting an inning off to the right foot. And CP softball. The pitch. This is outside. Freshman Taylor Strickland in the circle for this game for UNCP.
Pretty windy days. It's tough for these pitchers on this evening to get their pitches just right due to the wind.
Rounded foul, and the count goes full to yet another hitter. Now we saw the wind be a factor on balls that were hit out to the outfield in Game 1. 2 home runs in that first game.
Well, it's definitely an advantage that the offense of any softball team would want to have.
Line to left field. Cox on the run makes the catch, and the Saints go 1-2-3 in the first. Braves coming up to bat in the bottom of the first when we come back.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Bottom of the first, no score between the Braves and the Saints. UNCP batting for the first time. They'll be taking on Courtney Smith, who they got a little bit familiar with in the first game as she pitched a couple of innings, ended up going an inning and a third and closing the door on the Braves. She's got a 4-2 record in 11 appearances. This is her 7th start, 45 2/3 innings pitched, a 2.76 ERA. She's struck out 42 in those 45 innings, walked just 17, and opponents managing to hit just 228 against her on the season. Those are solid numbers. It'll be the top of the order for UNCP in the bottom of the first. Johnson, Jackson, and Walters. It's Brittany Bennett fiddling around with the defensive alignment a little bit, but not so much with the batting order. It's pretty consistent from game to game for UNCP. Defensively, for the Saints, basically no changes. Mabry in left, Swearingen in center, Hill in right. At third base is Bolding, Fawcett at short, Thornton at second. Over at first base is Turner, and Hansen behind the plate. Quick start in this count for Johnson, who's ahead 2-0. Jamie Johnson, a .382 hitter for the Braves shortstop in this game. She started all 33 games for the Braves. 42 hits on the season is right up near the top of the team lead. Takes strike one there. 8 doubles, 4 home runs, 24 runs batted in.
And Jamie Johnson, she's been a pretty consistent batter for the Braves throughout the season. She's up there with 24 RBIs coming into this one.
She was responsible for the game's, or for the Braves' only run in the first game this afternoon with a solo home run, in what ended up being a 3-1 loss for the Black and Gold. 3-1 is the count to the leadoff hitter in the Braves' first inning. She takes there, strike 2 called.
This wind is most definitely taking a toll on all the pitchers this evening. Courtney Smith is having some issues with getting that ball just right due to the wind. You can tell she's getting a little frustrated. The ball's not going where she wants it.
3-2 pitch misses low and away. Jamie Johnson earns the leadoff walk. We have a base runner, first one of the game.
Definitely something that you want to give the team some momentum. When you get a runner on base, it just makes that next batter coming up, more eager to get a base hit, to keep the bases loaded, full, and chance of scoring.
Whitney Jackson is the next hitter for the Braves. Center fielder is a senior with a .356 batting average, so really not that big of a drop-off between the 1 and 2 hitters. 37 hits, 5 doubles, and 2 home runs. She hits this one straight back into the net and foul.
The Braves definitely have a strong front three as far as the batting lineup goes. All 3 hitters averaging pretty closely together. The first batter, 25 RBIs on this season, and Abby Walters at the 3 spot with 26 RBIs on this season.
Bunt shown, popped it up backwards and foul for strike 2.
So definitely a pretty strong start, first 3 line on the lineup.
Abby Walters is on deck. Taylor Gerhardt in the cleanup spot. But after that, the lineup does fall off a little bit in terms of batting average and production as they mix in some more freshmen and sophomores in the lineup for game 2. Swung on, hit and run on, the ground to second. Thornton throws to first, just does beat Jackson, but advances Johnson over to second with 1 out. Essentially a swinging sacrifice bunt for Whitney Jackson. And it brings up Abby Walters.
Abby Walters, arguably one of the strongest hitters on this team. She's had a great season so far.
Leads the team in batting average, doubles, and tied for the team lead in home runs and runs batted in. Yeah, I'd say she's a pretty good hitter. Awesome season it's been at the plate for Walters. Takes the first pitch strike on the outside corner.
But definitely, Cameron, mixing in a lot of young players. They're going to have some struggles with them being their first and second season. Some of these sophomores is their first year actually getting some play time. So it's definitely different when it's coming to batting and getting used to the speed of collegiate athletes here playing softball.
Walters turns on this one, fouls it off to the left side. Ball's behind 0-2, but if she can get another nice piece of contact like that one, look out. O2 pitch from Smith. Taking is Walters, and it just misses outside. Johnson stands on second. 1 away in the bottom of the first inning. Courtney Smith in the circle. Delivers. Walters lines it. Foul.
Great stretch by the third baseman there trying to get that.
Umpire saying it's a foul ball. Brittany Bennett saying that it should have been a fair ball because Bolding had her feet in, close to fair territory. I'm not sure if she even was in fair territory when that ball was touched. Umpire saying it's a foul ball. The count remains 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Fouled off this time to the right side, and it does get out of play. Onto the roof of the Limestone dugout and into the parking lot.
Oh, definitely almost hit a car. It bounced right over a car that's just sitting in the parking lot. They just pulled up. Could have been a terrible way to start off a game. You want to come and support your school, and you get a softball to the windshield. It's horrible.
Great at bat here from Walters as she stays alive. One away, the runner on second. The pitch, she fouls it off again to the right side. This one again headed to the parking lot.
Abby definitely hungry for it. She's hungry. They just took that loss, so I'm pretty sure she's feeling a little aggression. She's really trying to knock that ball out of this park. And anything near the plate, she is killing right now, Cameron. If only she can get the ball in fair play.
So Smith really having to battle here to try to get Walters out. In the circle, Smith gets her sign, comes home with the pitch. Walters fouls it off this time to the left side. What an at-bat this has been.
Knowing that she has 2 strikes, she's not letting anything go for granted, that's for sure.
So as they chase down that ball in foul territory, they'll have to kind of find some new softballs here, get creative as there's these foul balls getting sprayed all over the place. And a good effort by the game day crew to just even find the balls and get them, try to return them back to the field of play. But you have to have the next ones on deck ready to go. 1-2 still the count to Abby Walters, bottom of the first inning. Runner on second with 1 away. Pitch. Misses outside.
I'm like he wanted to call strike there, change his mind.
See the benefit of fouling off a bunch of pitches. You force the pitcher to keep going, and eventually there will be either a mistake up in the zone or one that just misses outright.
Still, it's kind of scary when you get those 2 strikes. It makes you eager to hit everything that comes close to the plate.
This one popped up behind home plate. Will it get to the fence? Diving in foul territory. Can't come up with it as the catcher, Hansen. Nice effort, though. She almost ran into Bolding, the third baseman who came charging in. And then also Taylor Gerhardt hanging out in the on-deck circle. So this battle continues.
Definitely an amazing at-bat for Abby Walters. She has at least like 10 pitches go by that she's hit foul.
It's getting up there for sure. Smith, the 2-2 pitch. Walters lines it over the head of the first baseman into right field. Johnson will head home. The throw on a line. The tag not there. And the Braves strike first with an RBI single from Abby Walters.
Abby Walters adding to her RBI list. And a beautiful hit after so many tries and so many foul balls. She finally got one to go right in that pocket near right field. And she got one of her teammates in, and she's on base for another opportunity to score. Great play by Abby Walters.
Abby Walters becomes the team leader with that 27th run batted in. Here's Taylor Gerhardt. Not sure how she feels about falling behind in the race to the top for runs batted in. They were tied at 26 coming into this game. Pitch. This is high and outside.
Definitely motivation for Taylor Gerhardt to compete with her teammate in a good way and try to battle for the top spot and helping the team win another game and break this losing streak that they're having.
Walters goes on the pitch, the throw down to second, not in time, and also offline anyway. Stolen base for Abby Walters. Count goes to 1-1 on Taylor Gerhardt. And here we go. This is more of the Braves team we're used to seeing out here at LRA Field. Early, potent offense, aggressive base running.
Oh, most definitely, Cameron. They're real eager and hungry for a win. I can only imagine.
Fastball catches the outside corner.
A team with so much talent going in a little dump like this, they're hungry for a win. They're going to do anything to get it. Steal bases, take some walks.
1-2 pitch from Smith. It's fouled straight back into the net. She is really working there in the circle. So this has been a very long bottom of the first inning. The Braves have already scored 1, and there's only 1 out, a runner on second.
Courtney Smith definitely getting her work in with Taylor Gerhardt and Abby Walters before her.
Gerhardt flies this one out to left field. Getting under it is the left fielder Mabry, and she's there for the second out. Between Walters and Gerhardt, if they can see as many pitches as they saw I mean, they saw an entire day's worth of pitches in just 2 at-bats.
Most definitely trying to wear out this pitcher here. She's only a sophomore, and because the starting pitcher did take a softball to the knee or shin, so you know they're going to wear her out, give her a run for her money. They're not going to let anything slide.
In there for a called strike on KB Smith. Smith is a freshman with a .250 batting average, 5 hits in 20 tries, 1 run batted in so far this season. Not an everyday player for the Braves, just her 7th start this year and 11th overall appearance. Smith with the 0-1 offering. It breaks into the dirt, makes it 1-1.
Good thing about these double headers, Cameron, you can get your young players mixed into the lineups, see what they can do. Just give them a little taste of this new arena of softball for them.
1-1. Called to strike at the knees on the outside corner. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 1 run in, 1 runner on second in the bottom of the first inning. Smith with the pitch. And Smith at the plate takes. It's Courtney Smith in the circle for the Limestone Saints. KB Smith at bat for the UNCP Braves. Two, strike 3 looking. And the inning comes to an end, but the Braves do score first after 1 inning of play at LRA Field. Braves up 1-0. Four, 5, and 6 due up for Limestone. In the top of the second inning, it'll be Emma Swearingen, then Erica Hansen and Paige Bolding. Taylor Strickland back to work in the circle for UNCP. She forced the Saints to go quickly and quietly in the first inning. We'll see if they have figured her out yet or it's going to be more of the same. That was a very long bottom of the first after the first game went fairly quickly.
Well, there's definitely been a toll on each player that's played in that first game, so you can expect a slower paced game.
Limestone made the 3+ hour trip up from Gaffney, South Carolina to play this doubleheader against UNCP. Braves will be on the road tomorrow when they take on Winston-Salem State. Next home game for UNCP softball is next Saturday, April 2nd, when they host Augusta. 0-1 pitch. Misses inside. It's 1-1.
Swearingen, one of the better hitters for the Limestone team. Definitely the top RBI. She's leading the team in RBIs right now.
Pitch. Misses outside. Swearingen with 21 runs batted in, a .391 batting average. 25 hits, 9 doubles, and 3 home runs. Hits this one in the air to the right side. It stays in the infield. Played by Gerhardt for out number 1.
Once again, Cameron, the biggest adversary for both of these teams tonight will be the wind, because it's affecting the pitch. It's affecting the ball after it's hit. It's going to be tough trying to control the ball, getting it where you want it.
Now to the plate, it's Erica Hansen. Hansen is a senior catcher with a .338 batting average, 22 hits, 2 of them doubles, and 4 runs batted in. She is what you'd call a singles hitter, but a pretty good one. She's behind 0-1. The pitch, chopped to first. Brooks scoops it up and tags the base for the second out. Again, quick work in this inning. The Saints right now have 2 outs.
Yeah, the Lady Braves are definitely trying to keep that roll going with these quick outs. 2 outs on the first 2 batters. Let's see if they can go 3 up, 3 down.
Paige Bolding, the third baseman, with a .265 batting average, takes strike 1. Taylor Strickland says, if you're going to swing at early pitches, I'll keep throwing strikes. Keep this thing moving here. The 0-1. A little bit low on the breaking ball. Good crowd on hand at LRA Field.
Beautiful, beautiful crowd. A lot of support being shown through the fans, students, family members, friends.
This ball hit hard but foul to the left side into the left field corner. Hasn't been a lot of home games yet for UNCP softball this season. Well, in the season opening tournament the first weekend in February, this is just the 4th doubleheader they've hosted.
Probably the warmest.
By far the warmest. This ball hit to first but foul. They will play a ton of home games in April as the calendar turns over.
Bolding definitely hugging the plate, protecting it very well, not letting anything go for granted.
1-2 pitch on the way from Strickland. Misses outside. Trying to get her to chase. Bolding lays off. She's been around a little while, the senior. Has seen pitches like that and knows what a pitcher's trying to do. She's from Boiling Springs, South Carolina, from Boiling Springs High School. Grounds it to third, and the good throw by Smith. Brooks able to keep a foot on the first base bag. And once again, the Saints go 1-2-3 in an inning. To the bottom of the second we go when we come back. Braves lead 1-0.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Bailey Jones to get things started for UNCP, be followed by Carly Brooks, and then Savannah Melvin. As the Braves come to bat in the bottom of the second, already owning a 1-0 lead. They look to even up this doubleheader against Limestone after the Saints took game 1 3-1. If this game is anything like the first, it'll be fairly low scoring, marked by good pitching and good defense. We saw just one error in the first game, and a team that scores first has a pretty big advantage. As we talked about in the first game, Limestone is not a team that plays well from behind, which is exactly what they have to do here. First pitch, a called strike to Bailey Jones, freshman with a .333 batting average. It's just her 4th start and 10th overall appearance. She has only 12 at bats, 4 for 12 at the dish. Courtney Smith in the circle delivers the pitch. It's fouled off by Jones. 0-2. Some serious gusts of wind here, and if the hitter times it right, obviously trying to knock one into the outfield with one of those extra strong gusts of wind, that ball can really carry.
Oh yeah, right over the gate, as we have seen earlier in this evening.
There were 2 home runs in the first game, 1 by each team. Difference was when Limestone hit theirs, there was a runner on base. A 2-run homer. They added 1 later in that inning. This one hit right back to the pitcher. Easy play for Smith over to first, and Bailey Jones is retired to lead off the second.
Limestone sending a message that they can also, they also have a great defense and won't just let any plays go.
So it's Carly Brooks' turn to hit. Sophomore with a 125 batting average. He's just 5 of 40 at the plate so far this season. Gets the nod in the starting lineup in game 2 after not seeing action in the first game. She swings, hits this ball foul.
Deep foul behind her. If she can change that momentum, that might be a home run, Cameron.
She was way out in front of that, hit it over the Braves dugout. 0-1 the count, 1 out, bases empty in the bottom of the second. The pitch from Smith, outside. One, high and outside. Carly Brooks at the plate, trying to get something started again this inning for the Braves. Swings through that one, makes it 2-2.
Just a little low on that swing there. Brooks looking like she has a lot of power on that swing. If only she can get it lined up with the ball, man. I feel like it's going to be a pretty decent hit pretty far out in the outfield.
2-2. She hits it well, but foul. And if that's fair, that would have been gone, but foul by about 10 or 15 feet.
Only a sophomore. Brooks, she has a lot of power in her swing. She can be a great asset to this team as far as getting home runs and RBI. If she can just get that swing down.
2-2. Outside corner, strike 3 looking. Brooks is retired for the second out. Second strikeout of the game for Courtney Smith in the circle.
After having a not so much of a great outing in that last inning, she's doing pretty good this time. Not battling as much with the batters.
She went 1 1/3 in the first game, finished out the game for Limestone. Got the save, her second save of the season. Threw 29 pitches in game 1, so she's still fresh coming into this second game. First pitch low. Ball 1 called to Savannah Melvin. Melvin, a freshman, a .228 hitter. Has 21 hits in 92 tries. 2 doubles, 1 triple, 1 home run, and 10 runs batted in. Melvin making the move between games 1 and 2. Played first base in the first game, now playing catcher here in game 2. Takes again and goes up in the count 2-0. Long hold from Smith, now comes home with a pitch. Melvin taking, and it's called a strike on the outer half.
Melvin, a freshman, averaging about .228 at bat.
Smith taking her time. The pitch, swing and a miss. Limestone looking to bounce back. The Braves got 1 run on 1 hit in the first. It was a leadoff walk by Jamie Johnson, then an RBI single from Abby Walters.
Smith doing a pretty good job in these last few batters, making them stretch out for these strikes.
Working the outside corner, tries it again, doesn't get the call. But very close.
Definitely a technique.
Ringing up Savannah Melvin. Payoff pitch on the way. Smith fires. Ball 4. Savannah Melvin draws a 2-out walk. We move on to number 9 hitter Lexi Cox. Cox has made some very nice plays defensively in left field. Comes to this game with a 154 batting average. 10 hits in 65 at-bats. Does have 5 runs batted in. Melvin on first. She's 2 of 4 on stolen base attempts. Pitch from Smith. Low and away, ball 1. The 1-1. Laced over the head of the shortstop into left field. Lexi Cox picks up a big single, keeps the inning alive. First and second now for UNCP. Back to the top of the order with Jamie Johnson.
Great hit by Lexi right there to just keep the lineup in rotation, putting it perfectly in that pocket out there in left field, advancing the bases.
So 2 runners aboard for Jamie Johnson. Had the solo home run in the first game. Johnson, sophomore from Kenly, North Carolina, has been hot at the plate so far today. And one mistake pitch here, could be a very different game.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Jamie Johnson, one of the better hitters for the Braves, is definitely no stranger into making plays. So we can just see what happens right here with 1 out left.
Takes there, strike 1 called. 382 hitter, 4 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Smith in the circle with the pitch. Misses a little bit low and outside. Not off by much. Sounds like the Limestone players on their bench trying to tell home plate umpire Leroy Pickney that should have been a strike. The 1-1. High and outside. Not too much arguing on that one.
Yeah, every team's greatest asset is their dugout. You'd be surprised at some of the things you hear coming from that dugout, but hey, you know that those guys, the people on that dugout are for you. They're on your side no matter what.
It's usually positive. Softball, a very positive sport. There's so much cheering and supporting going on, but sometimes it's a little bit frustrating. Sometimes that frustration comes out. But Johnson a little bit frustrated with that last swing. She got good contact with it, just fouled it off.
Pembroke tonight has been getting a lot of foul balls hit, but we know that they're hungry, and for the most part they're making contact with the ball, and if you keep hitting the ball, they're gonna make some plays. We're just gonna see what's gonna happen for the rest of this night.
Smith, the 2-2 pitch, hit high and foul to the left side. Another one that, if it's fair, it's probably a home run.
They're making great contact. I mean, for most of the batters that we've seen from the Lady Braves, they're making contact, and it's great contact. They always, if it's a foul ball, it's not too away from the line, so they're on the right track here, Cameron.
2-2 pitch, swung on, fouled off again, this time to the right side, and out of play. Another long at bat. Abby Walters had one in the first inning. Taylor Gerhardt also looked at a bunch of pitches, and here's Jamie Johnson doing the same. Starter in game 1 was Clinton Carson, who went 85 pitches before she took one to her shin. Maybe could have gone a little bit further, but it looked like she was getting near the end of her rope there anyway. Smith threw 29 in the first game, and I believe is over that already. This ball hit to second, caught on the line by Thornton, and the Braves can't get anything out of the 2 base runners they had in the second. Through 2 innings in Pembroke, UNCP 1, Limestone 0. To the top of the third we go. Limestone trailing UNCP 1-0 after they took the 3-1 victory in the first game. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us for UNCP softball all afternoon and evening from LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Braves on an 8-game losing streak right now. They'd love to snap that here with a big win in front of an enthusiastic home crowd. Bottom of the order coming up for the Saints. We'll start with the number 7 hitter, Sierra Shelton. Her first look at Braves starter Taylor Strickland. Shelton takes there, ball 1 called. The sophomore making her 7th start and 10th overall appearance, has a .267 batting average, 4 hits in 15 at-bats, 3 runs batted in, and one of her 4 hits has been a double. Strickland's pitch, swung on, hit in the air to the left side, cocks to it in left center field, and makes the catch 1 away. So just 2 pitches thrown to get that out. And a great way to keep the pitch count down and ensure Taylor Strickland will have plenty left in the tank as we come down the home stretch of this ball game.
Yeah, Cameron, that's 4 outs in the last 4 batters. Braves having a pretty strong defensive showing so far in this matchup.
Sydney Turner now will come to the plate. The sophomore with a .140 batting average. He's at first base defensively for the Saints. Ball 1 called. For Turner, 50 at-bats, 7 hits, 2 of them doubles, and 6 runs batted in. Keeps the bat on her shoulder, goes up 2-0 in the count. Strickland's next pitch. This is inside.
Definitely have some heat on that pitch for Taylor Strickland. She's going to make sure that that ball gets to where she wants it.
3-0. Here's the pitch. Ball 4, and Turner knew it. She wasted no time getting up the first base line. She's the first base runner today for Limestone. It had been 7 up and 7 down in the circle for Taylor Strickland. And in a low-scoring game like this, so far, every base runner is very important. Can't just shrug that off. Number 9 hitter Tessa Fawcett shows a bunt, lays it down. Oh, the third baseman Smith has to go under her glove. She's safe.
Fawcett getting her 10th hit out of 56 at-bats. What a better time to get that next hit.
Maybe we'll score that in error. So no hit for Fawcett. But now the go-ahead run on the base paths for Limestone. And you might think, oh, it's only the 3rd inning, Cameron. You don't need to think about what's the go-ahead run and what's not. You never know when a pitcher will catch fire and just suddenly start mowing batters down.
Definitely seeing how the matchup went last game, a very low-scoring game. So if they get ahead this inning, it could be for the rest of the game.
Bailey Mabry to the plate.
There's plenty more softball left to play. Anything can happen.
Takes ball 1. So Turner's on second following the walk. And then Fawcett looking to bunt her over, and the Braves committing the error. This ball swung on, hit into right field, dropping in for the hit, thrown back in by Walters. That loads up the bases with 1 away. And there finally is Limestone's first hit of this game. Taylor Strickland finds herself in trouble in the 3rd inning. Sam Thornton now to the plate. Junior from Pauline, South Carolina, has an opportunity to break through for the Saints. 1 out, top of the 3rd, and she hits this ball past the 3rd baseman into left field. They'll wave home Fawcett, and she tries to score, and she is in. Moving on to second is Thornton. She drives home 2 runs, and the Saints go up 2-1.
And just like that, Cameron, you have a lead change. Anything can happen in the game of softball, especially when you have bases loading and only 1 out. more than likely the odds are going to be in your favor, and Thornton there getting a double and 2 RBIs.
2 runs on the hit from Thornton. Mabry advances to third. Now second and third. Still 1 away. Runners on second and third.
Now we have Caroline Hill coming up, and this is giving her a whole bunch of momentum, and she's already one of the better batters for this Limestone team. I mean, you can only imagine how good she's feeling.
On the outside corner, Hill takes strike 1 called. Hill came in hitting .420 into this game. Also the team leader with 22 runs batted in. Inman, South Carolina, transfer from Spartanburg Methodist. The 0-1. This is low and away. First base is open. Now, again, in baseball, where the double play is a little bit more common, you might see a team pitch around or just straight up give the intentional walk to try to turn the double play ball back on. But double play ball is so rare in softball. It takes really a sharply hit ball, perfect play by everybody in the infield, and a fairly slow runner to turn it. Pretty sure they want Strickland to go at this hitter. Misses there with that one. Now it's 3-1, and now perhaps you just pick at the corners here if you're happy to get the called strike. Great. Otherwise, I think you give the walk here to Caroline Hill. Emma Swearingen is on deck. Her .391 average is no joke. There's ball 4, so the 5-pitch walk to Hill. Loads the bases back up again.
A walk probably not the worst thing that can happen with Caroline Hill at bat. Probably a good choice by Taylor Strickland with a runner on third and second. If she makes contact with that ball, that's probably 2 more.
Wind blowing straight out to center field as Emma Swearingen digs in. Center fielder from Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Another terrorizer at bat for the Limestone.
Looks at a breaking pitch on the inside corner, called strike 1. Swearingen and Hill are 1 and 2 in terms of RBIs on Limestone's team. Between the two of them, 43 combined runs batted in. That's basically the majority of their team scoring. Strike 2 as Strickland coming up big in the clutch. This out would be a very important one. Infield ready to cut off the play and go home with a throw to get the lead runner. 0-2 pitch. Very close, just misses below the knees.
2 strikes for Swearingen.
Strickland ready, the pitch. Swung on, grounded back up the middle, through into the outfield. 1 run scores, 2 runs will score. The throw cut off, a 2-run single for Emma Swearingen. This inning not going the Braves' way. It's 4-1 Saints.
And Cameron, just like that, I said anything that happened in softball, and what we just witnessed was 4 RBIs, like back to back. The Braves are going to talk about their strategy.
Brittany Bennett sprinting out into the circle to talk with her infield and her starter, Taylor Strickland. Strickland just a freshman, but plenty of experience at this level by now. 57 innings pitched coming into today's game. Looked very good through 2 innings of work. Got the first out in the third, and since then it's been all Saints.
Definitely being a younger player, sometimes games like this, situations like this can be overwhelming. Not to say that that's what's going on here, but
certainly a challenge. After retiring 7 straight, now has allowed 5 straight base runners. It wasn't all her fault, too. There was an error.
Well, she definitely has a team behind her, strong defense. They're going to support her in every play she has. She is a playmaker as being a pitcher. Maybe she can shake this off in the next couple of innings.
Erica Hansen is the catcher and the 8th batter to come to the plate this inning for the Saints. The ball dropped it short by Johnson. The throw over to first is still in time. So the Braves do get an out. Runners advance to second and third. We go to Paige Bolding.
Bolding, a senior at bat. She knows her way around the home plate as far as protecting the plate. And
Swings at the first pitch. It's foul off to the left side. B. Smith giving chase to that one at third base, but watches it go foul. On deck for the Saints is Sierra Shelton. She's the one who actually led off this inning, so Saints bat around. 4 runs in, 2 runners on base, 2 outs. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, it gets past the catcher, Melvin. That scores a run. Wild pitch, and it's now 5-1 Saints.
It seems as if the Lady Braves are breaking down a little bit. Hopefully they can get it together before this rally gets out of hand. Only one out to get.
1-1 count, 2 outs in the top of the third, and it's 5-1 Limestone. This ball popped out towards right field. Walters camps out under it, makes the catch, and the inning finally comes to a close. But the Saints do their damage. 5 runs in the inning, and they have a 5-1 lead midway through the third.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
So the Braves playing from behind now after giving up 5 runs in the top of the inning. Let's see if they turn it around. They'll have some of the best hitters in their lineup coming up this inning. Still a long way to go in this one, but you start glancing over your shoulder a little bit at that scoreboard. And well, the Saints lead at 4. That's halfway to a run rule victory. 5-1. Whitney Jackson leads off, takes it inside, ball 1 called. Jackson, a senior from Farmville Central High School in Farmville, North Carolina. As a reminder, the run rule in softball, you're up by 8 or more after 5 innings. The game comes to an end. This is high and outside with this one, 2-0.
Courtney Smith a little surprised that that ball wasn't really expecting it to go that far off.
2-0 pitch. Popped straight back behind home plate into the bleachers, and foul.
I almost caught that, Cameron.
That was coming our way. Yeah. And again, giving the fans a little bit of a start.
Always good to keep everybody in the stadium on their toes.
2-1 offering to Jackson. Grounded hard to shortstop. Nice leather flash by Fawcett. The throw over to first in time for the out. Whitney Jackson hit that ball pretty hard, just to the very wrong spot.
Great field play by the Lady Saints there. Tessa Fawcett fielding it and getting it to first for the out.
So it brings up Abby Walters, junior from Bladenboro, North Carolina. He had the RBI single that put the Braves on the board first in the first inning. Since then, it's been all Saints. Pitch. Walters pops it up foul to the left side that gets over the Braves dugout.
Earlier on, Cameron, we've seen the Lady Braves seeing a lot of foul balls, and Courtney Smith, she was trying to find a way to just get them.
0-1 count to Abby Walters. The pitch, fouled straight back, nothing in 2. Now it's technically about 71, 72 degrees in Pembroke, but with the way the wind is whipping in, a lot of people huddled up in some sweatshirts here in the crowd. It went from being a refreshing breeze when it was about 78, 79 degrees this afternoon with the sun shining to, well, gosh, I wish this wind would die down a little bit.
Yeah, Cameron, in the springtime, you can always expect the weather to be unpredictable. That's why I always carry multiple clothing just to match the mood of the weather. You never know how it's going to feel at any given time during the spring.
Are you saying you can expect the unexpected?
That's exactly what I'm saying, Cameron.
Good, good. 1-2 count to Abby Walters. 1 out, and the base is empty in the bottom of the third. The pitch upstairs, 2-2. Well, expect the unexpected would be a pretty good motto for this Braves softball team. They certainly take an unconventional approach to attacking the other team when they're at bat. You see any player try to lay down a sac bunt. Runners taking extra bases. This ball popped foul.
And as you see there, the
Turner
wind
can't come up with it.
Wind definitely affected that ball. It was going a little to the right, then it curved in due to the wind. That probably would have been out if it had not been for the wind.
And, give credit to assistant coach Kristen Hobbs there. I think set a little bit of a screen. Playing first base coach and acting as a defender against the defenders.
Well, when your team is in need, you got to do what you got to do to win.
The 2-2. We say that in jest, of course. She did try to get out of the way and allow the player to the first baseman turn to make a play on the ball, but she was in the vicinity, and the way that ball was just spinning and the wind was taking it, you think you're getting out of the way and you end up in the way. Payoff pitch, swung on, popped up to the left side, hooking towards foul territory, but it stays in, and it is caught in left field by Mabry. Oh, it was dropped.
Braves making a lot of contact with so many foul balls that are popping up in the air. Is making way for Limestone to get outs on their offense.
So Walters catches a break there, stays alive. Mabry gave a great effort on that in left field. But again, the wind makes it so tough to read these fly balls. Swing and a miss there. Walters goes down on strikes. It's the third strikeout of the game for Courtney Smith. And there's 2 away.
If only the Lady Braves can get their contact to go in fair play, this could be a different turnout, but with so many foul balls, they're not capitalizing on any of their chances at this moment, and Limestone really taking advantage of that.
Taylor Gerhardt at the plate, swings at the first pitch, hits it in the air to right field. It hangs up just long enough for Hill to make the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Braves in the bottom of the third. Through 3 innings at LRA Field, Limestone leads UNC Pembroke 5-1. Top of the 4th inning at LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina, on the campus of UNCP on a gorgeous but slightly chilly now Thursday night. Limestone Saints took game 1 of this doubleheader 3-1, now lead 5-1 as we approach the midway point of game number 2. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Saunders. Thanks for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Sierra Shelton leading things off. She pops this one up foul behind home plate and out of play.
You know, Karen, I'm trying to get one of these foul balls. They are coming near me, but I just can't seem to grab one, man.
Shelton led off last inning by flying out, but the Saints were able to rally and score 5 in the inning. The 0-1. Taken, just misses outside. It's still Taylor Strickland in the circle for the Braves. We're getting a bounce back from that big Saints inning.
Lady Braves usually have a great field team. They really need to not allow another rally this inning.
Strike 2 there on the inside part of the plate. Another big rally for Limestone. We mentioned it a little bit earlier. You don't want to think about the run rule coming into effect, because that, as a team that's trailing, you want as many frames to try to make your comeback. A hard ground ball off Johnson at short. The quick throw over to first in time for the out.
Very, very close call there.
Sierra Shelton can't beat it out. Jamie Johnson wasn't able to handle the very sharp ground ball at first, but she stuck with it and was still able to record the out. So now Sydney Turner. She walked in her first plate appearance.
Great determination on that last play after the hit. Even though with fumbling the ball, she was able to get it to first base in time.
Turner, the sophomore from Cumming, Georgia, facing a 1-0 count. She crushes this ball. It looked better coming off the bat as it then falls right into the glove of Gerhardt at second.
And it seems, Cameron, the Lady Braves have found their mojo again, and defense is doing a great job. 2 outs with 2 batters.
That's the number 9 hitter, Tessa Fawcett. Reached on an error last inning, and that's part of what got everything started. Turner, remember, walked with 1 out last inning, and then Fawcett tried to bunt her over, but an error by the Braves' third baseman, KB Smith, allowed both runners to reach. Then Mabry singled to load up the bases, and Thornton with the 2-run single. From there, the Saints just continued hitting last inning. Fawcett pops this one up to the left side. It hooks foul. So she'll come back to the plate, pick up her bat, and try again. 1-1 the count. 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Limestone holding a 5-1 lead in this one. Tessa Fawcett in game 1 went 0 for 3 at the plate. So looking for her first hit of the day. Takes that one for a called strike.
One more strike, Cameron, and Lady Braves have a chance to rally themselves to get themselves back into this game.
It's a nice way to pick up momentum if you can force the other team to go 1-2-3 in an inning. The pitch swung on, hit hard, but foul into the left field corner. So we'll do it again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tessa Fawcett steps back in.
Fawcett looking hungry at the plate. She's also one of those go-getters when it comes to protecting the plate. She's gonna, if the ball's a little outstretched for her, she's gonna reach for it. She's gonna make contact with it to keep herself alive.
The pitch swung on, grounded to first as she pushed that one to the opposite field. Scooped up by Brooke. She takes it herself, tags the bag, and the Braves have a 1-2-3 inning on defense. Halfway through this one at LRA Field. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th when we come back. Limestone leads 5-1.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Braves batting in the bottom of the fourth at LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina. Non-conference affair between the UNCP Braves and the Limestone Saints. Saints took game 1 3-1 and lead game 2 5-1. It'll be KB Smith leading things off for UNCP, then Bailey Jones and Carly Brooks. In the circle, Courtney Smith for the Saints. The pitch misses outside. KB Smith, a freshman from Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina. Ready to go. Swings at this one, hits it in the air to the left side. It drops quickly, but not quickly enough. Mabry to it in left field, and there's one away.
Once again, Cameron, the wind having an effect on this ball. If you hit a pop fly tonight, it's going to float a little extra than it normally would due to that wind catching that draft off of the balls after they're being hit.
Pop fly is the right term there, whereas a well-hit ball and a home run threat will get that extra push, especially if it's hit towards the left side. If it's hit to the right side, it might actually get batted down by the cross breeze. Bailey Jones now to the plate. Freshman from Thomasville, North Carolina. Swings at the first pitch, hits it over the head of the pitcher. It's trouble in the middle of the infield. The throw over to first is in time.
Cameron, although she got gunned down at first, that was a pretty artistic hit there. Right behind the pitcher.
I'm not sure it's one she did intentionally, but if she had been able to beat it out, it's one of those that can really turn the tide in a game. Instead, it's the second out and brings Carly Brooks to the plate. Sophomore from Burlington, North Carolina. Brooks checks her swing there, lays off one that's high for a ball.
Although that definitely was a ball, it looked like she was lined up with that, and I probably would have tried to get that because it definitely would have went to the ground first, giving her some time to get to first, but that's just me. And probably unethical.
Pops this one up to the left side. It's hooking foul. On the run is Mabry. She makes the catch in foul territory. And the Braves can't do anything in the fourth. Through 4 innings at LRA Field, it's 5-1 Saints. Top of the fifth and the top of the order coming to the plate for Limestone. We'll start with Bailey Mabry. As the Braves make a defensive change, Haley Epperson will come in and play some second base instead of Taylor Gerhardt right now. Bailey Mabry is 1 for 2 at the plate today, or excuse me, in this game. In the first game, she was 3 for 4, so she has been very effective swinging the bat.
Come to think of it, Cameron, they could put Gerhardt to let her rest up, get her ready for his next time at bat.
And now Limestone's coach wanted just to make sure her scorecard looked the same as the official one. Square that up. It looks like now we'll finally be ready to go here in the top of the fifth inning. 5-1 Saints lead. They got all of their runs in 1 inning. A big third inning, just like they had a big 5th inning in the first game. Matter of fact, the Saints in all 3 other innings, so they had 5 in the third, but in the first, second, and fourth, they went 3 up and 3 down.
And you know,
Take
Cameron,
that inning away, and the Braves are winning 1-0.
and all you really need, Cameron, is one inning of good offensive batting, and that can really make the difference in any softball game.
Change up on the inside corner, strike 1. The flip side is if Limestone comes up with another big inning, inch closer to the run rule coming into effect against UNCP. No matter what happens, the Braves will get to bat in the bottom of this inning. It's a 4-run lead right now for the Saints as Mabry gives this ball a ride into center field. Jackson is right to it, and that's the first out. So again, a well-hit ball, but Jackson barely had to move for it, just to the exact wrong spot. Now Sam Thornton's turn to hit. She had a 2-run single her last time up in the third, part of that big 5-run rally.
Thornton, a very clutch batter for.
She swings at the first pitch, gets it into left field, hangs up there a little bit, and Cox makes the catch.
Well, never mind for that last comment.
A clutch hitter comes up in big situations. You might not define that as a big situation.
Well, well, she did start that that last rally, so yeah, maybe she was feeling it.
2 away, bases empty in the top of the 5th as this game continues along. Caroline Hill at the plate, 0 for 1 with a walk. In this one, after going 1 for 3 with 2 runs batted in and a run scored in the first game. It's been an important cog in the Limestone offense in this doubleheader. Taking on the outside corner there, strike 1 called. Pretty sure she was told to take all the way there because Strickland has basically gotten the first 2 outs on, I believe, 2 or 3 pitches, so they want to make her work a little bit this inning. The 0-1 runs low and inside.
Caroline Hill is definitely one of those batters who's going to make any pitcher work. She is a terrorizer for the Lady Saints. And let's see if she can keep this inning, this first half of this inning going.
Taking again there, low and away. It's 2-1. Strickland gets her sign in the circle, fires, and it's low. Couple bounces to the plate there. Melvin can't knock it down. It goes to the backstop. No runners on. That doesn't really matter, but it's really not the right vibe the Braves want with their pitcher and catcher.
Moving the count to 3-1. A walk wouldn't necessarily be bad for this batter.
She hits it back up the middle. A reaching attempt by Strickland. Can't get leather on it. It rolls into center field. A 2-out single for Caroline Hill. 4th hit of the game for Limestone. So they only have 2 more hits than the Braves. It's 4 hits to 2, but 5 runs to 1. And the Braves feeling that right now. Emma Swearingen, the next one to the plate. 1 for 2, and a 2-run single in that big 3rd inning. A mighty cut there, fouls it off. Just got a piece of it.
The Lady Saints dugout is currently singing the Lion King's famous.
Is that what that is?
It is. I would sing it right now, but.
Do you know the lyrics to that? Can you?
I don't want to get copyright infringement.
Okay.
Laws.
All right. Because your voice is so good that it would get picked up.
Cameron, I can get it there, Cameron.
The 0-1 is popped up, foul to the left side, and out of play.
Once again, the energy that a dugout can bring, Cameron, it can be very beneficial to a team member that's at bat or even the team that's in the field. It pumps up the teams, and it's just a great feeling, man. When you know that your team is supporting you, while you're out there performing.
This one a little bit inside. They'll say she didn't go around. It makes me wonder, Jamal, as we go back to, it sounds like they were again going back to the Lion King theme, what the connection is between Emma Swearingen and the Lion King. If there is a special connection, or if it's just a random selection. 1-2 pitch. Misses low.
You never can tell, Cameron. There's so many things that happen in between a team when they're, at practice or on team outings. It could be a number of anything that can connect that song to this particular moment.
That one misses, so the count goes full to Swearingen. Sounds like they've switched away from the Lion King theme, just back to a more traditional cheer. Fouls it off herself. Dead ball.
As the night moves on, it gets a little chillier, Cameron. How does that affect a softball player?
I mean, for both of these teams, I think they've been playing in plenty of cold weather throughout the season. Ball 4 misses just a bit inside. That one gets away from Strickland. That batter, that is. And Swearingen has a walk. There's 2 runners aboard here in the 5th inning. Remember, this Braves team hosted a tournament in the first weekend in February.
Yes, I remember, Cameron. It was very cold because I was there.
I was also there, and so this has got to just feel pleasant, It's a little bit chilly for us. We're sitting still. This one popped foul on the run.
I believe
And the
that's
diving catch by Lexi Cox. The inning is over. What a defensive play. If that doesn't fire the Braves up, I'm not sure what will. Bottom of the 5th inning coming up next. UNCP trails 5-1.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Bottom of the 5th in Pembroke. UNCP trailing 5-1. Starting to run out of outs to work with. As they trail Limestone in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Looking to snap that 8-game losing streak before they hit the road for a doubleheader against Winston-Salem State tomorrow.
And Cameron, if the Lady Braves really want to get a win tonight, right now would be the most opportune moment to catch a rally. And I mean, it can happen later in the game, but right now, at the bottom of the 5th inning would be the most perfect time to start trying to come back.
Savannah Melvin leads off for the Braves. Will be followed by Lexi Cox and Jamie Johnson. The lineup will turn back over. Savannah Melvin walked her first time up. Freshman from Fayetteville, North Carolina, laces this ball to left field. On the run, the catch made by Mabry, and there's one away. It's been that kind of evening for UNCP in this, well, not just in this game, but in both games. They've hit the ball pretty hard at times, just not been able to drop it in for hits.
Yeah, that's always disappointing when you're actually making contact with the ball and it's just not flying your way. It's always disappointing. There's nothing really you can do about that.
Lexi Cox now to the plate. She's 1 for 1 with a single. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it off to the left side. Cox, a sophomore from Whispering Pines, North Carolina, Union Pines High School. Now, the phrase, the saying that comes to mind, I believe this is a Yogi Berra-ism. So he was talking about baseball, but obviously something that could apply to softball in terms of where you hit the ball. Yogi Berra said this: sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes it rains. That's pretty accurate.
I mean, hey, sometimes you do win, sometimes you do lose, and it rains on occasion. I mean, I can't argue with
those are all things that happen. So what he means is, you can't get too up or down. Sometimes things just don't go your way.
Mm-hmm.
Yogi Berra obviously had a very successful professional career and won a lot more than he lost with the Yankees. No, but sometimes they would lose. But a lot of times he would be in a situation where his team was the better team.
True words of wisdom.
But even then you lose, and even then the better team, you can show up and it rains. 1-2 pitch, low and outside. Lexi Cox sticking with this one. Looking to spark something for the Braves. As the wind really picking up again, blowing hard out to left field. Imagine a fairly well hit ball with plenty of altitude under it. That ball could get out of here on the strength of fierce wind. 2-2 pitch on the way. Missed outside.
Full count here.
Courtney Smith has thrown an awful lot of pitches in this one. But the Braves have only recorded 2 hits against her. They're, like we said, hitting the ball well. The scoreboard doesn't reflect that. One out, the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, hit high and deep. Lexi Cox gave that ball a ride. It's gone. Solo home run for Lexi Cox. Make it 5-2.
A home run can, for any team, definitely gets the blood flowing. It brings forth momentum for the team. And sometimes it's usually the start of a rally in some cases, in most cases. Let's see if they can continue on with the strand of hitting.
Gotta tell you, I love the fact that the Braves have the pool noodles going in the dugout.
Yeah, man.
That really adds to the celebration.
Not every team does that kind of creative, team celebrating, and it reminds me of that one basketball team who always had a celebration on the sideline.
The Monmouth bench. They gained national fame for that.
I mean, hey, man, you got to have a great bench, and that's whether it's by play or by support, they have to be great in something.
This is a very spirited Brave softball team. Going back to the very beginning of the academic year, working on the Shut Up and Dance video, the viral hit for UNCP athletics. As this ball popped up by Johnson to the left side, hooking foul, and no catch made there as it gets over the fence. The count 1-1 to Jamie Johnson at the top of the Braves order. But anyway, we were filming every team. We're filming them at practice, filming the coaches, filming them however we could, whenever we could get the time for them to take a couple minutes out of their day. This was in August. It was hot. Teams really in the midst of some very difficult conditioning. And the softball team, they had props, they had pool floaties, they had elaborate costumes. They had choreographed dances ready for us because they knew we were coming. I mean, when we're talking about some other teams where we had to really kind of urge them to get into it. Now, granted, maybe we just caught them on a good day. Maybe we caught them at the beginning of practice. I'm not 100% sure. But the fact that they had costumes, they had props, they were so ready to be part of a spirit video for UNCP sports. You knew this was going to be a tight-knit, fun softball team to follow. But looking forward to softball season all year because of that. As Johnson has this pop out caught in foul territory for the second out.
Yes, the Lady Braves are very much so a well-connected team. They all vibe together very well.
The coaching staff, obviously, a big part of that. Coach Bennett, in just her 3rd season in Pembroke, but you can tell the way she talks about her team, so proud of this group of young ladies and what they've already accomplished this season. Now, you look at the record, perhaps not where it's they hoped for it to be, but they've fought and competed with some top teams, which makes the record that much more tough to swallow. And 2 wins against Catawba on the year. But right now, in the midst of an 8-game slide.
Well, with a young team such as the Lady Braves, I mean, you can expect a great season, but face the facts, a young team doesn't have that experience. If they're playing stronger teams that have, majority of their starters, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, where we have a couple of junior seniors on the starting lineup, but you see a lot of freshmen on this in this non-woman lineup. So it's going to be a tough season when you have a young team and you're building up.
2-1, chop to the left side of the infield. Backpedaling is the shortstop Fawcett. The throw to first, not in time. Beating out the infield single is Whitney Jackson for her first hit of this game. 2-out single keeps the 5th inning alive for UNCP. That evens things up in the hit column, 4-4. Here's Abby Walters. The problem for the Braves today against Limestone has been, well, just 2 innings. Limestone scored all 3 of their runs in the first game in 1 inning. It was the 5th, and all 5 of their runs in this game in the 3rd inning. Other than those 2 innings, which some things went wrong and things spiraled away, the Braves have been the better team. But one of the quotes, now this is another great sports quote, former University of Illinois football coach Tim Beckman, and asked about a game, and it was at a press conference after the game, and his team had been beaten pretty badly. I think the final score ended up being 35-17, maybe it was 42-17. They were beaten by more than 2 touchdowns and gave up a couple of very long plays, what you would call splash plays, 30, 40-plus pass run plays. He said, you take away those big scoring plays that the other team had, and we would have won. And people, you let that sink in for a minute. You take away the, 6 plays where the other team scored a touchdown, and we have more touchdowns than them. It's a sports quote, I guess, is the moral of the story. What I'm saying is, you take away the 5 runs that Limestone has scored in this game, and the Braves are winning 2-0. Well, duh.
Well, that's with any sport. But
that's just math.
Oh, yeah,
basically. Swung on and fouled off to the left side. Walters put a charge in that ball, but foul.
Walters at bat right now with Gerhardt getting ready behind her if Walters can keep this inning alive with a chance to get 3 more runs. They have 2 of their best batters coming up next, and hopefully they can live up to their hype.
1-2 pitch on the way from Smith. It misses outside. A snap throw over to first. It bounces off the runner. Diving back in safely is Jackson. That was not intentional. It was the first baseman, Turner, was supposed to pick that out of the dirt, reached down for it, took a stab at it, couldn't come up with it. 2-2, 2 outs, a runner on first. 5-2 Limestone lead in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch just misses outside.
Cameron, the chill is actually starting to warm up on me now. I feel pretty comfortable out here in this weather.
It is windy. The wind continues to blow out to left field. Swung on, fouled off by Walters.
Walters trying to stay alive with the full count, 2 outs.
You talk about, you start to feel so cold you're warm. You make me worry about you, Jamal. That's a sign of hypothermia. We start to feel, you stop feeling cold and you just start feeling warm. We're not at that level. It's chilly tonight, but not that cold. 3-2 pitch, swung on, grounded down the third base line, but foul.
It might just be my body type, man. I don't know. Maybe I have a special type of blood, or I think I'm an AB. Does that have something to do with it?
It's the action heating up. That's what it is.
Oh, most definitely. Bottom of the 5th.
Braves bats starting to warm up after they hadn't produced anything since the first inning. They had Lexi Cox solo home run earlier this inning. Whitney Jackson standing on first after the single. This one fouled off to the right side. Abby Walters with another very deep at bat. Remember, she had one in the first inning where she fouled off at least 5 or 6 pitches.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Walters she's hungry when she's at bat, and she's going to attack it. She's going to attack anything that's around that plate, and she's going to make contact 9 times out of 10. And all she just needs is for that one lucky contact.
Smith the pitch, 3-2, grounded foul again towards the Limestone dugout. This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat coming up. It means Walters has 5 foul balls on 2 strike pitches this at-bat. Another great battle from right fielder Abby Walters. Courtney Smith still battling in the circle as well. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air towards right center field. Going back is the center fielder, Swearingen. She makes the catch on the run, nearly colliding with her right fielder, Hill. And the Braves get just one in the inning. After 5, it's 5-2 Limestone. We'll be right back. Top of the 6th. Now the Braves would love for this inning to go quickly and keep that momentum they had last inning at the plate to come back. They were only able to get 1 run on the solo home run by Lexi Cox, but they were cooking with something there. Had a runner on first, and Abby Walters at the plate. Got more than 10 pitches into the at-bat before ultimately flying out. Now it's on Taylor Strickland, UNCP's pitcher, to get the Braves back up to bat quickly. She'll face Paige Bolding, Sierra Shelton, and Sydney Turner this inning. First pitch swinging, Bolding fouls it off. Bolding is a senior from Boiling Springs High School in Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Bolding was 1 for 4 in the first game. And in this one, she's 0 for 2. 0-1 pitch, grounded back up the middle. Playable by the pitcher, Strickland, who underhand tosses to first for the first out.
Bolden barely nipped that one. Not great contact, which calls for a great infield play.
Yeah, that's not an easy play for a pitcher, but Strickland made it look pretty easy.
True.
Now Sierra Shelton comes up to hit. Shelton, designated player, also 0 for 2. Swings and knocks this ball foul. But again, another ball that jumps off the bat when it goes to the left side.
Tonight has been very interesting with these foul balls. Pretty much all of them has been near car accidents. I mean, one bounced right over a car earlier, and it was scary to see. I mean, I can only imagine how the owner of that car felt to know that they're in the car and they just pulled up and the ball is about to crack their windshield.
1-1 to Shelton. Righty matchup, ball grounded to third. A diving stop by Smith. The throw, what a play, and there's the out. Fantastic defense by UNCP.
That was an amazing catch by Jamie Johnson, who's at third.
KB Smith at third. And Brooks over at first as the connection there. Sydney Turner now comes to the plate. KB Smith getting the job done there at the hot corner. What is Johnson? They switched since the start of the game.
She started at shortstop, now she's at third, and she's making the plays. That was a beautiful catch and throw to get the first on time.
So I believe that means they move Gerhardt to short, and Epperson stays in at second. Grounded to third, Johnson again. The throw pulls the first baseman off the bag. Brooks applies the tag. 1-2-3 inning for the Saints in the 6th. Braves coming up to bat in the bottom of the 6th. They're down 5-2.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year. succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
New pitcher coming on for Limestone. It's number 14, Josie Weber. Weber's a sophomore from Stanley, North Carolina, by way of Lincoln Charter High School. 5'8" in the circle, and she will face the middle of the Braves order here in the 6th, and presumably will stay on for the 7th. Braves trail 5-2. It'll be Gerhardt, then Smith and Jones. Check that, it'll be Epperson in for Smith on deck. But Taylor Gerhardt first. See Weber firing her first pitch of the day, and it's low for ball 1. Gerhardt in this one 0 for 2, pair of flyouts to the outfield after she went 1 for 3 in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Saints won that one 3-1. And they lead game 2 5-2. 1-0 offering from Weber. Taken on the inside corner. 1-1.
For the most part, this has been an interesting matchup for both games, actually, and especially for the second game for tonight, with Limestone holding most of the momentum for most of this game.
1-1 is popped straight back behind home plate. That gets out of play, and foul that nestles itself under the bleachers.
I feel like they should just have complimentary gloves for the commentators, just for safety reasons. Because that was also another one that came pretty close. I just want to catch one and maybe I can get a signature or something. It might be famous one day. Sell it on eBay for a couple of bucks.
Outside, make it 2-2. Well, then you'd lose your amateur status.
Well, no, because I can take a picture with it and I can sign that myself and I can frame that and I get, hey.
But you can't sell it.
Well, I just want the memory. I mean, I'd rather have the money and the memory, hey. Win-win.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, Jamal. This one popped to the right side, foul.
While we're on the subject of cake, I never really agreed with that because if it's my birthday and you baking me a cake, I mean, do you think I was going to give it back,
No, you can't have your cake and eat it too, meaning once you've eaten it, you no longer have it.
See, nobody ever broke that down to me.
I don't think it really makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you have a cake, it's meant to be eaten, and you're not just going to stare at it and say, oh, it's a nice-looking cake. I have a cake.
Well, they have that Cake War show, so I guess you can look at some cakes now.
Yeah, that's right. There are some very decorative, very nice cakes, but you can take a picture. Remember, wow, that was a nice-looking cake. That's a foul ball on a rope from Taylor Gerhardt.
Once again, it goes back to, you have take a picture with the ball, man.
Okay, all right. There you go. Okay. I understand where you're getting at now.
2 for 2, no outs. Gerhardt at bat. Strong batter for the season.
2-2 pitch. Popped foul into the parking lot.
I'm sorry for that.
That's not your car, is it?
No, there's a white van that is just sitting right there. I thought it was going to hit. Man, that was a close one. I apologize for that. Man.
Well, it's understandable if it's your car or you have a personal connection to that white van, but no, we saw that van pull up next to the parking lot, or into the parking lot. And we remarked that van is directly in the danger zone.
Oh, yeah. It definitely.
It was very close. Mrs. Hine outside. Makes the count 3-2. Now, what's particularly telling is after that was hit, no one came sprinting over to go move that car. And there's more parking space available now than there were when we got started. As, university business is kind of concluded for the day. So people who were using this lot to park for something other than softball have mostly left. This ball popped up to the right side. Gerhardt gets it into foul territory on the roof of the visitor dugout.
And the softball hits the tire of that same white van. If I'm the owner, I'm definitely moving at this point.
You know what? If you're the owner of that van, I implore you to move that. Obviously, you're not listening to the broadcast right now because you're physically here, but feel bad. You'd feel bad to get your car dinged up. This one popped up. It'll stay in the infield. Fawcett, the shortstop, to it, and makes the catch for the out. So another long battle at the plate. Walters and Gerhardt have had their share of those, but they're just not able to come with those hits.
Well, Gerhardt, much like Walters, is going to attack the plate. Anything around it, she's going to try to grab it, and she's going to make contact. She's also one of those players that's been getting a lot of fouls tonight. Not too much production as far as getting on base, but the fight does have a wear and tear on the pitcher.
So misses high and outside. It's Haley Epperson at the plate, sophomore from Summerfield, North Carolina. Epperson 0 for 3 in the first game. Brings her season average to 150. The 1-0 pitch, again, outside from Weber. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Bases empty, bottom of the 6th. 5-2 Limestone lead. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Sauger. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Last broadcast for a little while. We'll be back on until next week, Friday. As both Braves baseball and softball will be on the road for a little bit. Braves baseball in action tomorrow. They'll be at Young Harris. That's a 3-game Peach Belt Conference set, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. UNCP softball on the road tomorrow at Winston-Salem State, and then March 29th at Barton. 3-0 in there for called strike. UNCP softball will also be home next weekend. We'll be broadcasting all 3 baseball games right now. That's what the schedule says. But things could change with travel plans for teams or weather. Suggest you check uncpbraves.com for all the latest. Obviously, you'll have everything right here on our YouTube page. While you're here, if you're not already subscribed, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. See not just all of our live streams, but post-game interviews with the coaches, game highlights, and other video features that we post throughout the week.
Another full count battle here for Lady Braves at bat.
Haley Epperson doing a nice job again of working deep into a count. Pitch count just got too high for Courtney Smith to continue, so it's Josie Weber on the mound. This is her first inning of work.
Epperson's first time at bat this evening.
Swings through this one and misses. A little fist pump there from Weber. It's the second out of the inning.
Not looking too good for the Braves right now, but there's still a chance. They're still at bat.
Down by 3 with now just 4 outs left to work with.
Freshman Dickerson is at bat next.
Another pinch hitter. It's Summer Dickerson.
No, Cameron, I believe I'm getting a little worried too. You ever been so cold you just start itching a little bit?
No, actually.
It happens to me when I get too cold. I guess my skin gets dry. Get a little itchy, man. I hate that feeling.
Summer Dickerson will be the pinch hitter. This is just her 12th at bat of the season and has an .091 batting average, 1 for 11 at the plate so far this year. So Brittany Bennett trying something a little different. Dickerson not usually in the batting order, not someone with a ton of at-bats. Freshman from Hope Mills, North Carolina, gets a chance to swing the bat.
That is my hometown. Well, Fayetteville, but they're all one and the same.
Southview High School for the 5'3" freshman. Listed as more of a pitcher on the Braves roster. But getting a chance to swing the bat here. Ball's behind 0-1. Weber's next pitch misses high and away. So she's replacing Bailey Jones in the batting order. Jones was 0 for 2 in the designated player spot. Weber with the 1-1. Swung on, hit back up the middle, a slow roller off the glove of Weber. She knocks it down, then tosses to first for the out. 1-2-3 inning for UNCP in the bottom of the 6th. To the 7th we go. It's still 5-2 Saints. Saints up 5-2 as we start the 7th inning. Tail end of this doubleheader. UNCP looking to salvage a split after they dropped game 1 3-1. The Saints have the 3-run edge right now. It's 5-2, and this is their last chance to add to the lead. Pinch hitter here for the number 9 hitter Tessa Fawcett. Instead it will be number 18 Shay Reynolds. Shay Reynolds, another product of Boiling Springs High School. The 3rd player on this Saints lineup that we've seen from there. Reynolds is a sophomore.
Recruiting techniques like to pull players from the same school sometimes, just for that chemistry to come along to the team.
You develop a pipeline. Reynolds takes the first one on the outside corner, strike 1.
A lot of players from the same areas work well together when coming to the collegiate arena.
Lone outside, it gets away from Melvin behind the plate. Sometimes it's a tactical thing. If a coach has a player that's an underclassman they're really targeting, you see it sometimes at higher levels of college football especially. This one lofted into left field, and Reynolds has a hit. But you hear sometimes about, sometimes surprise when a player will get a scholarship offer from a bigger school than perhaps they would otherwise expect, but it's because the school is actually looking at, their friend, their neighbor, sometimes their younger brother, and as a way to get move higher up on the younger players list in terms of recruiting. They will recruit somebody else and sign them. But to build that relationship and build that connection or pipeline, if you will. And Boiling Springs High School, Boiling Springs, South Carolina, 3 of their players here on this Limestone Saints team. To the top of the order, Bailey Mabry, another one of those Boiling Springs players. Bunts this one to the right side, throw over to first. It's a successful sack bunt, so she's out at first, and it advances Reynolds to second. 1 away in the Saints half of the 7th. They put a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Brings up second baseman Sam Thornton. Thornton is 1 for 3 in this ball game. Had a 2-run single, came around to score in that big 3rd inning. The Saints scored all 5 of their runs. The pitch swung on, grounded to third base, but foul. Ooh, that was close. As Johnson reached out and wasn't able to get any of that ball. Fortunately, for the Braves, it stayed in foul territory.
Johnson being installed at that third base last inning is proving to be a very good move for this Braves defense for today's game.
High and outside. Johnson played third base all of the first game and had Gerhardt next to her at short. They started a little bit differently. They started this game with Smith at third, Gerhardt at second, and Johnson at short, but then switched things back to the way they started the first game with Epperson at second. The importance of flexibility in the infield. There wasn't really much of a drop-off there for UNCP defensively. Smith did have one error in that third inning, and that's what kind of started the fire, so to speak. But otherwise, a clean defensive game for UNCP in this game and the other game, the first game. On the line, Cox with a diving catch in left field for the second out. That's huge. It keeps the runner at second base. Sam Thornton, all she can really do there is tip the cap. That was just a great defensive play.
Now that, Cameron, is what we call a clutch play.
The Braves really can't afford to give up any more runs. They already trail 5-2 here in the seventh and final inning. Caroline Hill at the plate. Looks like the Braves look to intentionally walk her.
Well, when you have a batter who has proven that they can hit off of a pitcher, I mean, it's a terrible thing to walk them.
Hill was 1 for 3 in the first game, had 2 runs batted in. She's 1 for 2 in this one. And on the season is the Saints' best hitter by a pretty wide margin, a .420 average coming into this game. Assuming that they do go on and finish this intentional walk, she would go 1 for 2 in this game. That'll push her average up. It's hard to improve on a batting average over 400, but she will do that with this game. Strickland needs to fire in one more pitch. Now they'll come back set and then back out. Okay. I was about to say, that would have been a very, very big surprise if you throw 3 intentional balls, then the catcher gets in the stance and you fire a strike in there just for giggles.
That's something I probably might have done just to see if they're going to swing at it. Might get an out of it. They might hit it straight to me, catch it, you know, now we're back at bat with a chance to score.
Now, Emma Swearingen, runners on first and second for the Saints. 2 outs. The top of the 7th, that's ball 1.
Swearingen also one of the top hitters for the Saints, coming right after Hill. Let's see if they have the same strategy for her.
Swearingen has 2 runs batted in this game. She's also 1 for 2. And was walked last time she came up. That was in the 5th. 1-1. Strickland fires the pitch. Low and inside. A nice block behind the plate. Runner goes. Safe at third. So it puts runners at the corners. Heads up base running by Shea Reynolds. But a little bit risky if Melvin had gotten to that ball a little bit quicker. Potentially throwing her out at third.
With the batters on the corner like that, it makes it easier. But with the runners on the corner, it makes it easier for the batter to kind of aim for that middle section, find any gaps in the defense, just to get that one runner at third in.
2-1 pitch, swung on, popped up in shallow center field. The wind carries it to Jackson, who makes the catch. Lions are not able to add to that 3-run lead, but the Braves have their work cut out for them going into the bottom of the 7th. Don't go anywhere. UNCP softball is on your YouTube channel. Bottom of the 7th. The Braves need 3 to tie, 4 to win. And try to walk off and earn the split in today's doubleheader. Game 1 was 3-1 in favor of the Saints. Game 2 right now, 5-2. Visitors from Limestone have the lead. They make a defensive change here. Fawcett, who was pinch hit for, no longer in the game at shortstop. They move Thornton from second to short, and Reynolds, who came in and pinch hit, will take over and play second base. Other than that, same defensive alignment it's been throughout the game for Limestone. And the Braves, with 7, 8, and 9 due up in this inning. We'll start with the 7-hitter, Carly Brooks.
This moment, this is the game breaker for the Lady Braves. They're down by 3. It's a very doable feat. All they have to do is crack down on these pitches, make good contact, get them in the pockets of the defense, and they can. It's possible to get 4 runs.
Oh, 1 pitch from Josie Weber, swung on and missed by Brooks. Now 0-2, no outs. Brooks is 0 for 2 at the plate today. Now this is a Braves team that is capable of scoring a lot of runs that hasn't really materialized for them today. They've only scored 3 runs, and we're in the last inning of the second game of a doubleheader. So you'd be asking them to score 3 runs in 1 inning when they've scored 3 runs in 13 innings so far. But that's the pessimist point of view. The optimist will tell you they're due. They're due to score some runs.
And you know, in softball nights when there's a lot of wind, anything can happen with any pop ball, any pitch thrown in the batter's favor.
1-2 pitch just misses the outside corner, makes it 2-2.
The key for the Lady Braves is to get the bases loaded. I mean, it's the last part of the inning, the bottom of the 7th. I mean, they can go ahead and milk it if they just make the right plays.
2-2 pitch on the way from Weber. Misses high and tight. Taking it 1 batter, 1 pitch at a time. Carly Brooks would love to get a rally started.
It's much needed for Lady Braves at this point in the game. Have one of
3-2 pitch on the way from Weber. Swung on, grounded back up the middle, under the glove of Weber to the second baseman Reynolds. The throw to first, in time for the out.
There was an error on that play. It looked like for a second there was hope for a base hit, but maybe she slowed down and thinking that it wasn't going to make it. I don't know, but she didn't make the cut.
I would say, I think it looks like to us that Weber maybe got more a piece of it than she did, and I think it's actually lucky for Limestone that she missed that ball as much as she did, because if she had actually knocked it down any more, then Reynolds at second base wouldn't have had enough time to come in and charge it.
Oh, yeah.
So here's Savannah Melvin, 0 for 1 at the plate today. Walked in her first plate appearance in this one. Popped out in the 5th.
Another freshman. She's gotten a lot of experience this season so far, starting all 30 games that she's played in.
Melvin was 0 for 3 in the first game of today's doubleheader, so still looking for that first hit,
you know,
against Limestone.
You know, some freshmen, you never know when they'll actually establish themselves, and it could be right now for this young player.
Takes ball 2. You know that Josie Weber is not going to want to give up free bases, put runners on base, so should be a pretty good pitch to hit here at 2-0. Pitch swung on, hit in the air to left field. A leaping catch in left field by Mabry, and that's the second out.
A great contact on that hit. Just it was placed in the wrong pocket. And you have a great outfield with the Limestone Lady Saints. I mean, and they're attacking every ball that's been in the air. They're getting to it. That was a little high. Mayberry jumped and grabbed that one. It's been a battle.
The Braves have been hitting the ball hard, but sometimes it just isn't your day. Lexi Cox, last chance for the Braves. They're down to their final out. Weber rocks it and fires. It's low and away. Gets behind Hansen. He keeps it from going to the backstop.
Ken, if you're Weber right now, what's your mindset for this third batter right here?
You got to throw strikes. Got to throw strikes. And just nip any potential rally in the bud before the Braves can get something started. 1-0. Misses low. Now you know the home plate umpire is going to squeeze the strike zone as much as possible here in for the final out.
2 balls been thrown so far. If the ball streak continues, they might can get a batter on base for some of their better hitters to come on board.
Home plate umpire Leroy Pinckney calling this one a strike. I mentioned he's probably willing to tighten that strike zone a little bit, but that was it. There's no fudge in that. 2-1, 2 outs, bases empty. Braves need 3 runs this inning to keep the game alive. The pitch misses upstairs.
There's Jamie Johnson on deck right now. If Lexi Cox can get on base, they at least have a fighting chance at another score with Jamie Johnson performing pretty well tonight.
Yeah, she homered in the first game. 0 for 2 at the plate in this one. The pitch. High and inside, and a late strike call. Wow, a very late strike call. And now it's 3-2.
Controversial call there.
Limestone looking for win number 16 on the season. They're 15-9. Braves 14, 18-1. These regional rivals who didn't play last year, renewing acquaintances this year. Limestone looking to complete the sweep of the doubleheader. 3-2 pitch. Misses high and inside. Game stays alive for at least one more batter. Lexi Cox draws the 2-out walk.
Jamie Johnson now coming to bat. She's performed pretty well tonight. Cameron, what has she done tonight?
Well, in this game, she has a walk and then went 0 for 2. In the first game, she had a walk and went 1 for 3 with a homer. Produced the Braves' only offense in game 1. They're the only scoring offense. Their only run. Yes, the Braves mustered just a couple hits. Strike 1 taken there. And game 1 was 3-1. Limestone had 8 hits. The Braves had 6. This one closer in the hit column, 5-4 in favor of the Saints, but 5-2 on the scoreboard. Limestone has just been. They had that one big inning in both games. 0-1 pitch fouled off to the backstop. 0-2 to Jamie Johnson.
And usually in the game of stickball that we call softball and baseball, all it really takes is one rally to really get a team a chance to win. If they have a good rally, put them in a winning position, it's possible that they can stay there for the rest of the remainder of the game, especially if the other team is not.
Weber with the 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, and that's the game. Limestone sweeps this doubleheader against UNCP. They won the first game 3-1. They take the second game 5-2. And the Braves, with the loss, they fall to 14, 18-1. Limestone now 15-19 on the year. UNCP softball back in action tomorrow when they take Boston-Salem State on the road. Their next home game will be Saturday, April 2nd, when they host Augusta here at LRA Field. Next broadcast on the Braves Broadcast Network is Friday, April 1st, as UNCP baseball takes on USC Aiken. For my broadcast partner Jamal McAllister and our entire crew, this is Cameron Songer saying thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your night.